I talk about my mother a lot in my poems. And that's because my mother says things that are hard to forget. Like the first time I performed a poem on national TV, I remember the poem. I said, I'm a son of a woman, a black woman. That day my mother called me and said, Kibet, mwana ukutambiwa utayoka TV? Ama udhani sitajua? Hatuliambia watu mama yako ni muuzi kabisa. When I was featured on a newspaper on a full page, my mother called and said, Kibet, mekuokoba. Najua hata ndio utoke kama gazeti saa zingine unakata miguu yako hakugusa. If there's anything that my mother hates the most, is every time I'm part of a protest. Like during the protests, my mother called and said, Kibet, uko wapi sahi? Kaa kwa nyumba, unasikia? Sasa askari akupiga bastola, utampeleka wapi? Utampeleka polisi? Soko ni kwao. Every morning after a protest, my sister calls. My voice tells her I did not spend the night at a morgue. It is a good morning. There will be no mourning at our home today. At least my mother will get another chance to try to talk sense to his son. My mother will say, Kibet, don't talk about the government in your poems. Write, but don't try to right wrongs when you write, because one day you might write a poem so good it will take you to a grave where people will come to give you your flowers. They will say the last poem was so deep it took you under so much depth it took death to get you your flowers. My mother will say, don't try to love a country with your poems. Love a woman instead. But I'll remind her, even the women I would write for are dying too. Fadili, talk to her. When I think of Africa, I think of colonies. Our leaders, students of a system of ruling we inherited from colonial masters. They might have given us an Independence Day, but it feels like they took our freedom forever. At least that's what it feels like. It will take more than peaceful elections to make Africa rise. When I say Africa, I think of Kenya. When I think of Kenya, I feel anger. We're swimming in the deep end because those who are supposed to lead us are shallow. They will kill a country's heartbeat just to fill their pockets with notes. It's all math. The way they multiply our division so they can be mean with the pie. Watch them be water. Watch them take the shape of the glass they are in. Last time they were pentagon. Right now they are something we want to go, and I'm not trying to square off. I'm trying to erect an angle where you see the circles. They run on us. The executive, judiciary, and the parliament was supposed to be a triangle. But when the president has them in a box, do we call it a cube or a cone? I wasn't alive to see JM Karaoke's shadow, but ever since I read about him, his zeal for democracy and unity shadows me. I've got my own shadow. Each time I look at it, I ask, am I tall enough? Have I done enough? Do I make you think? Do I want to be the first thing on your mind, or do I want to be the back of your head? Back of your head, comfortably casting shadows. Shadows will comfortably host ninjas. Where is your sword? My word is my sword. I speak reality that cuts through your lives and it'll raise your kids. I give you reasons to raise your doubts. Which reminds me, change won't come when our leaders change. Change will come when we accept the leader inside all of us. Thank you. Give it up for Fadili.
Think we can give a bigger round of applause to Mufasa and Fadili. Thank you so much to our dope poets. Earlier on, I had mentioned the role of IEBC, and their role is very, very important when we come to governance, when we come to leadership, because they're very integral in choosing the next leader. Electoral preparedness is something that has been a question raised. Are we really ready for the next elections? Because each and every one of you at the grassroots, you're educating, you're empowering, you're informing. This is what you need to do. This is what the Constitution says. And what is the action call of that education? Register to vote or vote. Now, the people on the ground are asking, but are we ready to vote? And the only way we can know that is by hearing it from the horse's mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce on stage to talk about election preparedness, Ruth Kulundu, who is the Deputy Commission Secretary, Operations, DCS. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ruth Kulundu from IEBC, who's going to take us through a session on election preparedness. Asante sana.
Thank you, my sister. The Uraya, Executive Director, Mr. Waindi, though I have not seen him around. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning once more. Yes, my name is Ruth Kulundu. I'm the Deputy Commission Secretary in charge of operations at IBC. My boss, Mr. Marjan Hussein Marjan, the CEO, was meant to have delivered this short speech, but because of competing activities at the commission, he has asked me to represent him. Kindly accept his apologies. Now, we all know from the Constitution that our main mandate as a commission is to conduct or supervise referenda and elections. And for sure, since we came into being in 2010, after the promulgation of our constitution, we have been doing exactly that. And of course, we have a process to any given election. And for any given election or cycle, electoral cycle, we always start with the legal reforms, which we are undertaking right now. And our partners here, who are represented here by Mr. Mark Olwal, Elja, they're actually helping us to walk through the legal reforms, and we'll be able to actually dispense with them in early 2026, at least over 1 year before the general election in August 2027. And we have also embarked on voter registration. And for now, we are doing it in our 290 constituencies. But very soon, immediately after the by-election, which we are having on 27th of November, we are going to get to enhanced continuous voter registration, which will go to wards and polling centers as time will allow. So please, I would urge you, or urge our families, our friends, our youth, most importantly our Gen Zs, to come out and register as voters. We envision that by the end of the registration process, which again we'll announce to the public, we'll have added onto the register we had in 2022 at least 6.3 million. We had 22.1, and we hope that by the end of the registration process, we'll have 28 million. Kindly come out as Kenyans and let us register as voters. And of course, I don't want to mention or to leave out boundaries. We are working on it, and very soon the commission is going to come out on what we are going to do or the way forward. You remember the Supreme Court pronounced itself by throwing the ball back to us that we need to make a decision. We had actually gone to them to ask that since the 8 to 12 years provided by the Constitution are over, what do we do? And they kept quiet the longest time. And as soon as the commissioner stepped into office, they said, now, because you have commissioners, go back to the drawing board and make a decision, because you have the mandate from the public. So without much ado, I was asked to come and share with you what we are doing about the by-elections that are ahead of us on 27th of this month, hardly less than 2 weeks from now. We realize that by-elections are brought about either by death of incumbents or resignation of incumbents, and or the court taking us back to the ballot box. You remember Magarini? Magarini is the only constituency the commission has been taken back to go and redo the election. And for wards, there are only 2 wards that we have been taken back. So in total, we have 24 by-elections to be held on 27th of is uncontested. A ward in Wasingishu, it's uncontested. From Elgeyo Marakwet. And even that one that's contested has been gazetted, and the winner, or the one who has gone through without contestation, will be given the certificate on the material day. So what have we done as a commission? As a commission, towards the by-election, we have already registered candidates, which was seamless. I think in all the 24, it was quite seamless. And we have already shown the 24 places, their candidates, and as we speak, the ballot papers are arriving today and tomorrow. The first batch arrives today in the evening, and the second batch tomorrow. We'll be there at the airport to receive them, and process is going. We have already done the recruitment of our election officials, that is the presiding officers, the DPO, deputy presiding officers, and clerks. Campaigns have been going on. As soon as the nominations were done, the registration of candidates were done, campaigns started immediately, and they are supposed to end 2 days. 2 days, which is 27th, so they stop on 24th. And again, I would want to urge you, as fellow Kenyans, that let us maintain peace during this time, and let us call upon each other that all these places, we are peaceful. We have seen what has come out of Mbeere North, but not as bad as Kasipul. Again, as we speak, our commissioners are making a decision in another meeting on the way forward the Kasipul by-election. So I would urge you, urge our friends, urge the voters in these various places. We have done stakeholder engagement at the national level. We have done at the county level. We have done even in the wards. And we are hoping that all is going to be well. We met the PPLC, that is Political Party Liaison Committee, on various occasions. And we are hoping that all is going to go on well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the by-elections on 27th of this month. And in the same breath, I would want to assure you that, again, for the general election on 10th of August, 2027, we are preparing towards it. We are talking to Treasury. I think it is in our knowledge that we have asked for some money, which Kenyans say it is a lot of money, 63 billion. So we are still negotiating, and we are preparing, sincerely and competently preparing towards the general election for 10th of August, 2027. So for me, really, we are ready as a commission. And I would say that in the event of anything, please, or any conversation, approach us. At the moment, we are registering our collaborating with various institutions, that is women, SIGs, various SIGs, youth, and development partners. We are actually collaborating with them so that we prepare towards this election. Again, we are also accrediting observers, monitors. If you go to our website, please, you'll find us there. Let us engage, and soon you'll be seeing us all over as the budget rolls. Asanteni sana, and if there are any questions, I'll be around to answer any. Asante. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ruth. Short and sweet, to the point, but the point is they are ready for elections, emphasizing on the by-election. But I know kwa ground tuko na maswali. Madam Ruth, are you okay for the fire? Please make your way to the podium just so that you can ask the questions. I will be taking the mic around. I know because it is an integral part of our program, we will take 6 questions and then we will move from there. So I see 1, 2. Let me start with the one that is here. And you can be noting them down. We'll take all the questions together and then feel free to answer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Jeffet Ojijo from Homa Bay County, an implementing partner for Raya Trust in Homa Bay County. From Kasipul, where you are talking about. One, during the devolution conference, the people of Kasipul approached the podium of Raya Trust, seeking for the social vetting in Kasipul. Failure to that, a lot of things will take place. That has been taken with the events. I'm telling you, I'm from Kasipul. And as civil societies, we were very, very much annoyed when Commission decided to meet the candidates alone on the issues of politics which are taking place there. They only met the candidates, and our own request to the Commission by then, if we could have been allowed, was that the two candidates, that is Mr. Rocco and Mr. Boyd, to be removed from contesting and the other ones to continue. Because we know the nature which is there. If you go to UGIS now particularly, if you are a visitor, you can neither mention Boyd or Aroko because you don't know what will happen next. Kichwa yako will be in another place na your body. So this is my request. We are from IDF. We have been applying for the accreditation observation from the IBC. We got it last year in 2022. We did this time around, we haven't received any feedback. I'm requesting you through your power, please give us an opportunity for observers, for us to make sure that this election is conducted well. I'm requesting that one. Because Uraya has a brand and they really respect it, even with the implementing partners who are there. So we have been waiting for the accreditation for both voter education and observers up to this moment, 3 days to go. While now you are thinking of what next to do, it will be very late to make some disciplinary actions. Let the elections go on and let the logistics and everything be okay. Thank you so much.
Any questions on this side before I cross over to Suba Churchill? Mariam?
Thank you so much. Indeed, it's an honor for us to have you here, ma'am. Thank you. We are glad you were able to make it. I just have two concerns. One is on the issue of boundaries. What are you doing about boundaries across the country? We also know that some counties you have been able to add some wards. What becomes of them? Are they legally gazetted? And can we proceed to ensure that now we have, let me give an example. For Kisumu County, we have 7 sub-counties, but there is one that has been added, which is Kadibo. But we're still having a challenge to ensure that there's that kind of coordination, even as we have the other sub-county. So has this been legally gazetted? Then secondly is on the issue of the Elections Act and other legislations that are also very critical when it comes to elections. We all know that without those laws, it becomes very difficult even for IBC to conduct its mandate. But at the same time, what is IEBC able to do, to what extent, when it comes to some of the legislation? Let me give an example. We have the Campaign Financing Act. And we know that there are people who are in government who are also, they want to vie for positions. Is IEBC capable of ensuring that at the end of the day, some of these legislations, you are able to do your mandate of ensuring that at the end of the day, as we talk of campaign financing, the assets for government are not used by duty bearers. Then there has been issues of certificates, lastly. We have one case in Kisumu. I'll give the real scenario as it is. How does IEBC verify certificates of aspirants? Because this has been an issue, and as we move to the 2027 general elections, how is IEBC going to ensure that there is credibility? And I want to insist on credibility. We've talked about fair, credible, but now I want to insist on credibility, because credibility is very key when it comes to elections. Thank you very much.
Suba, then I'll go around this way. Okay, we'll take for Suba, then we'll have Juliet, then Ramadan, then I'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question stems from your report that the first batch of ballot papers are arriving today, and the second batch is expected tomorrow. Now, that for me is worrying, because one would have expected the IBC, and especially the recently constituted commission, to build trust. To build trust, because there seems to be a continuation of the usual trust deficit. It means you are printing these ballot papers outside the country, adding to the same budget that you are complaining about. I thought the IBC would use these by-elections to build trust among Kenyans and make us believe that it is possible to print ballot papers locally and deliver free, fair, and credible elections. But I'm somehow disappointed that, it's the usual, business as usual, continuing with the lack of trust. One would have thought that you'd put the candidates together and say, trust us to bring ballot papers. At times without even saying where they're coming from. But of course you have made it known. They are arriving from outside the country. What is the IBC doing ahead of 2027? If in the small by-elections that we have, some 4 or 5 parliamentary, 1 senatorial, and some ward elections, you are still printing ballot papers from outside the country. What is the IBC doing to build trust among Kenyans, to trust the IBC to deliver free, fair, and credible elections at the minimum cost possible? Because this cost issue is always an issue. And so, I'm sure in the fullness of time there'll be, as usual with IBC, procurement scandals, all manner of things that contribute to undermining the credibility and acceptability of electoral outcomes. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me this chance. I want to speak from Siasa Place, which we deal with young people, and I'm really astonished that Nan is talking about youth. One key issue is ID. We've been doing a drive on telling young people to acquire ID, but there is a lot of backlog of people who are applying for ID. And ID is one of the key documents that is needed to register as a voter. So there is a lot of backlogs. There is a lot of pending, ID application. So now my question to you as IBC representative is, what mechanism has IBC put in place to, one, verify or also pending ID backlogs to ensure that these youth have access to this ID? Secondly, what's the relationship? Is there any partnership that you guys have with the Ministry of Interior to ensure that there is access to this ID without corruption? Some of these first-time applicant. So there was this first-time applicant where the government had put in the fee, but then they create a problem, then they give us the solution, which now they scrapped off the fee. Now there are still institutions whereby the fee is still being requested, the initial fee. Second, there's the, how do you call it, documentation aspect when young people are being asked for getting the IDs. The distance to getting the ID is a bit longer. Also in terms of registration for IBC now, voter registration, you find that some of the centers are not functioning. So they go there, some centers are not working. And then I will give a very good example of an influencer. She's called Wabosha Maxine. She did a vlog whereby she had moved from her place to the polling station in Kilimani. It wasn't functioning. She had to go to near Times, not Times Tower, but Anniversary Tower. One of the machine wasn't functioning, so she had to travel all the way to railways to acquire for voters registration. She documented this, she posted it online. So what mechanism are you guys putting in place so that these young people can go and get voters card? We are here telling them to go, register, but then IBC, are they providing the necessary tools, but also infrastructure to enable these young people to go and acquire the voters card? So start with the ID, which is the essential tool, and then now with the voters card. Yeah.
Juliet Ramadan.
Okay, good morning. I'm Ramadan Shaban, Uraia County Coordinator. I remember some times back, we convened at Elementaita with IBC and the secretariat. I think the entire secretariat of IBC and the other election stakeholders were present. And I remember Mr. Marjan telling us that everything has been set and the secretariat is ready to conduct elections, including the delimitation of boundaries, because that was, we had issues like delimitation of boundary. And the secretary told us that they are only waiting for establishment of the commissioners. And now that we have the commissioners and we have the by-election, under section 27 of the election code of conduct, IBC is mandated to establish committees, peace committee in each and every constituency. Bringing us back to this by-election, we've seen cases of violence, like for example in Beere and in Kasipul Kabondo. Is it Kasipul Kabondo? And even recently in Narok, we have a by-election for ward, Narok Town ward. Does IBC has such committees in areas that you are committing, we have by-elections? Since we know such committees is very important in promoting peace and also facilitating public collaboration and also in identifying any threats concerning elections. Do you have such committees? That is the first question. The second question is about the voter apathy. We can see that IBC is conducting voter registration and we see the numbers are not numbering. We know a lot of the youths are not registered as voters. You had your target, and judging by the report that you are giving every now and then, you are not reaching your target. What is the problem? And during this by-elections, do you have voter education program going on? Thank you.
We have one final question. I urge that we keep the questions short because, yes, we need to give Madam Ruth a chance to answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to be very short. My name is Ezekiel Kuto from Women Educational Researchers of Kenya. Yesterday we were told the work that Uraia is doing to reach out particularly to the GNCs in terms of civic education. for them to be able to register as voters. So these are people found in digital space. What is the plans for IBC to leverage on technology for the future? In fact, the budgets you are talking about, if you leverage in technology, you'll only need 10%. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ezekiel. Let us give Madam Ruth a chance to answer, and then if we have time, we can get some more questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'll start from the first one, Mr. Ojijo, about Kaspool. Yeah, Mr. Ojijo, you had asked about Kasipul. This has worried the Commission a lot. And if I was to combine it with the part of Mr. Ramadan's question about peace committees, yes, we have our returning officer on the ground. And we have also the county commissioner, or call them deputy county commissioners at the constituency level or sub-county level. They form the peace committee at that particular level. And we expect, from where I sit at the national level, that when there is an issue, the committee needs to actually deal with it and settle. But Kaspool went out of hand, and that's why we called the candidates. But we just didn't call the candidates. We called also with even the victims to come and provide evidence, and those who committed the offenses to come. So it was not just the candidates. And in fact, the decision was supposed to have been read yesterday by the commission. But because one of them was missing, they said he has to be there, plus his people. So that's why they're doing it this morning. The commission is quite concerned about it. And you realize from the code of conduct that the commission is allowed either to remove them from the ballot paper, the way you put it, or penalize them, cash penalty, or simply suspend the campaigns. Yeah, and in fact, most of us who have gone through that case, we were hoping that the commission will decide that the campaigns are called off, so that the candidates just go to vote on 27th. But now let's wait and see what the commission has decided, because that one is above my mandate. The commissioners will be providing the statement this morning. You had also talked about accreditation. It is ongoing. Have you provided all the things that are required? If you have provided all the documentation that's required, you should be able to go through. But before I leave, I'll speak to you personally. But I encourage any other, please go to our website. It's called Accreditation Management System, AMS. Yeah, and you can actually apply as an observer or as a voter educator, the way you said, or as a monitor. Yeah, please try it once more. And if it fails, please let me know. I could also give my contact to all of us here, that in the event of anything, just call me and let's talk about it. Could I share my number? Thank you. 0722 73 8056. 0722 73 8056. Ruth Kulundu. Please call me in the event of anything, all of us here. But please try our website and provide all the documentation that is required. And even if you lack any, please talk to us. Talk to me. Then we'll see how to go about it. And yeah, being related to Uraya, whom we work very closely with also, because they also fill in a gap where we are not able, especially when it comes to stakeholder engagement. Yeah, they help us. We should be able to work with you also. Yeah, and then Madam Mariam, on boundaries, I think I just touched on it as I was going through my brief notes. You realize that we should have actually done these boundaries between 2020 and 2024. Yeah. 2020, we were just preparing now for the general election. And that's why the commissioners who were in the office then decided, we started actually, we did the geodata. We went around the country and did the sublocations to the wards and all that. But now when we found that time was not on our side, we stopped. Stopping, we went into the general election. And immediately after the general election, the commissioners were leaving in January 2023. And that's why they could not do much. But between 2023 and 2025, when these other commissioners have come in, we couldn't do anything as a secretariat because the mandate lies on the 7 commissioners. That's the 6 plus the chairman. So the secretariat, you can barely do anything, nothing, when they are not there. And that's why, before they came on board, we went to Supreme Court. We went, first of all, to the AG, Attorney General, to advise us. But it's the Attorney General who referred us to the Supreme Court for advisory. Now, Supreme Court took their longest time to give us feedback. And we kept on wondering why. But as soon as the commissioners came, they threw the ball back to us, that it is your mandate, and now you have commissioners, please proceed. Now, because again of the competing, they had not even settled. They came in mid-July. Before they settled, that Supreme Court came about. Before they settled, we decided now, the first thing or activity we need to do as a commission is by elections. And remember, the Banisa MP died in March 2023, Honorable Kulo, late Kulo. So they have suffered, isn't it, as a constituency. Yeah. Then, of course, Magarini, we have Ugunja, Mbeere North, Malava constituency, the MP died. So we decided let's prioritize that. And, of course, Baringo, also late Senator Cheptum. Yeah. So they decided let's prioritize the by-elections. So that's how now they kind of shelved a bit. But immediately after 27th, I think we are going into discussion together with our event development partner, Selja, so that we come out with a decision which we are going to communicate on the way forward. But we'll not go into 2027 without doing something on the boundaries. We may not necessarily use whatever we do in the boundaries for 2027 general election. Because remember, again, the law says, the constitution says that if we have to use any boundary delimitation results in the 2027 general election, we must finish by August or July 2026, which is not possible, 1 year prior to the general election. But we are going to do something middle after the by-election. We'll retreat and we'll communicate to the public what is happening. But you can be sure we'll do something. We may not do 100%. And then also remember, the court pronounced itself that Wajir, Mandera, and Garissa census has to be pulled out. And you see, when the 3 counties are pulled out, then we don't have a national population figure, right? Are we together? Yeah, we don't have. So we may not necessarily go the constituency way, but the county assembly, again, the law allows the commission, it is continuous, we may do something. May not necessarily use in 2027, but we may do something. All right? Then Kisumu, you mentioned of a ward that has been added. No ward, sub-county. Yeah, sub-county. It may be legal on as far as the Interior, Ministry of Interior is concerned, but as far as our constituencies are concerned, we don't recognize that until we delimitate ourselves as a commission. I hope that is clear. Yeah, now for Mr. Churchill, Suba, yes, I can't agree more with you that we need to start building trust, because as we speak, it's quite low. I agree with you. But remember, we had a framework contract with the Chris farm, Laiko. It had not ended. So when the commissioners came in, again, it was we couldn't procure, because procurement, as you said, again, it takes long, yeah? So we decided, why don't we just rely rely on what we have. And that's how we went back to the farm that printed for us in 2022. Otherwise, we didn't mean bad, but point taken home. We need to grow even our own local industry, our own printers locally. So this is something the commissioners, especially these who are in the office, are aware. And we are looking forward that probably not all the 6 ballot papers may be printed here, but we'll try maybe 5. And the one that is contested most, the presidential one, we may still go out there. Yeah, but 2027, I think we may print them locally. Please support us by such meetings. Yeah.
Madam Ruth, maybe a follow-up,
Yes.
just an explanation to those who are not aware why ballot papers are not printed locally.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Fine. We are Kenyans. I'm a Kenyan, you are Kenyans. Isn't it? And we understand, I don't know, maybe you may not understand. You see, if we are to print locally, again, our fellow Kenyans may not trust the farms. Remember, we are the ones who are working those farms again, yeah? So we may not just trust that farm that is printing it, printing the ballot papers. But if we could build consensus as citizens of the same country and agree, we can actually do these ballot papers here and at a cheaper price, the way he has said it. Yeah? It's public information. Actually, what is provided for in the budget is 5.6 billion for ballot papers alone. And remember, we'd be 28 million, so times 6. Those are about 168 million ballot papers. And again, we don't know how many candidates will be there. So again, the length of the ballot paper matters. The shorter, the cheaper. The longer, the more expensive. So we can agree as a country, and we say, please let us promote our local entrepreneurs, isn't it? And trust that they'll do a good job. For example, when we had Delarue before they closed shop, we were actually doing for by-elections we are doing here. But now they closed shop. And we trusted them because they were doing for banks, checkbooks and blah, 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 and those sensitive security-related papers. We trusted them, but now, again, when we gave Lycos in Greece the framework contract, we didn't have much to do, but just go back to them. But as we agree here, we can agree now, and other Kenyans can agree, we can do it here. It's just lack of trust that makes us to go out there. But otherwise, if we could believe in ourselves as Kenyans, we can do it here and keep that 5 billion here instead of it going out. Is that better? Thank you. Asante. Now, for the youth, Madam Juliet, we are doing everything possible to get you on board. It's just that the EGP, that is electronic government procurement system, it has been quite hard. I think you have even seen MPs crying about it and other ministries crying about it. So because of that, we are not able to get ourselves to advertise. And that's why you've not seen us in the media. But we are in the process of getting ourselves in the media. And you'll very soon see us on TikTok. You'll see us on Instagram. We are already on Facebook. I hope you visit our Facebook page. And we're always talking about youth. Please register, yeah? And IDs, we are actually in collaboration with the National Registration Bureau, that is NRB. We are in partnership with them. And we have advised our staff on the ground in the 290 constituencies. Most of them are actually in the county commissioners' compounds. And you know, the county commissioner offices accommodate NRB officers. So in every county, every constituency, we have registration of youth to take IDs happening there. And what we do is that when we are registering, we actually sit next to the officers who issue IDs. And if possible, encourage also the youth to go and get their IDs from them. Yes, there was that fee of 100 shillings per person, but through our office and of course other Kenyans, they petitioned and it was removed. I'm surprised that that is still going on. It should be made public that IDs are free. Nobody should pay anything for an ID. So again, during our engagement, stakeholder engagement with our youth, we'll be announcing that. And probably if EGP allows us, we'll also do that on telly and all the media houses. Sawa sawa. So I don't know whether I have certified you. So, otherwise, we'll also be moving to universities, colleges, schools, that is secondary school for those who are 18 and above. Personally, I got my ID when I was in sixth form in school, and I got it back within 2 weeks. So we'll encourage NRB also to move around schools, universities, and colleges so that we have those students who are 18 and above to have their IDs done. Mr. Ramadan, about peace committees, I've partly answered you. We have them in the constituencies. They are led by our RO, co-chaired by our RO and the sub-county deputy commissioner, or if it's the county like Baringo, county commissioner. Yeah. That's why you can, out of 24, only 2 are being mentioned. And one is the one leading, Kasipul. But you understand why. For those who are from Homo Bay, Mr. Ojijo, please help us to calm people's nerves on the ground. Yeah. I think we need to stop that as Kenyans and just choose our leaders wisely. Voter education, yes, we have voter educators. We have those accredited who are doing on our behalf. We have given them IIC materials. They're doing it on our behalf. And then as a commission, we have at the county level, like Baringo, we have 1 voter educator whom we have employed, and 2 voter educators in 1 educator in every constituency that has a by-election, and 2 voter educators per county assembly ward. If you move around, you'll see that. Yeah, I'm assuming you are one of our observers. Please try and you'll see that we have them, and we have them up to the end of the period. Yeah, then lastly, Mr. Ezekiel Kuto. Genesis, I think partly as I was answering Madam Miriam, Madam Juliet, I think I've partly touched on it. We are working. Actually, we have met them. We met Gen Zs and influencers in Mombasa a month ago, and they gave us strategies on how to go about it, how to reach the Gen Zs, and we're actually working on it. We'll surely do it. And if possible, you may even go to Bunge la Wananchi and talk to the public from there, and you'll see us on TikTok very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause, please, to Madam Ruth. I know I have received so many notes and whispers. I want to say something. I want to say something. But we do not, time is not on our side. We still have a presentation, a panel, and then tea break. The advantage is, and I'm going to kindly ask Madam Ruth if you could stay on a little longer so that we can have some of these one-on-one conversations with her over tea break. Number 2, she has graciously given us her number. So if there's anything that is burning that needs an urgent redress, you're able to reach her, and I hope that is solution enough. So please don't eat me. Just send me M-Pesa. My number is 0725. Musinikule, time is really not on our side. It is a very pressing issue. I'm sure you appreciate, Madam Ruth. Everyone here has vested interests, and it all boils down to IEBC. And unfortunately, we don't have time, but this is also a lesson for us as Uraya to plan so that if it is IEBC, it's IEBC alone until tea break, because they are very weighty, and definitely the feedback will come like a tsunami. At this juncture, I'd like to introduce Mr. Bon Makolwal, who's the program manager for ELGIA. ELGIA stands for Electoral Law and Governance Institute. He is an advocate of the High Court, but he will be speaking about the role of elections in democratic consolidation in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Bon Makolwal.
Thank you so much, my sister. To be honest, I think I wish I had a way of which I could really donate some of my time for IBC, because indeed it's IBC season. And you can see from the room, there are quite a number of issues that really the citizen really wants to get clarification on. But I'm glad most of the issues and concerns, you have answers to them on your fingertips. I think that was great, Madam Kulundu. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have been told, my name is Bon Makolwal. I work for ELGIA as a program manager. ELGIA is an institution that we deal majorly on advocacy, democratic governance, rule of law, and all that pertains to elections in and outside the country regionally. Briefly, I will try to be very brief. I have a small and brief presentation on overview of the role of elections in democratic governance. And I've also been asked to go deeply on the status of electoral reforms as we are approaching the 2027 general election. To save on time, I will really take this outline to do this presentation. That one, I want us to come out from this room to really dig deep and try to answer the question of the role of elections in democratic governance. That one, really, what is democracy and what are its major components? And two, what is an election and what are its key attributes? And then on that, we'll also look at what is the role of elections in democracy. And the major question that I think Suba Churchill is around, I really want to discuss this with him, is can democracy exist without elections? Do elections still serve democracy? That is something that has been on the discussion, the Democratic Governance Institute for long, from 2024, that people are asking themselves, do elections still really serve democracy? And on the issue of the status of elections and electoral governance and legal reforms, I will just briefly take the room through the status of legal reforms ahead of 2027 general elections, as in where are we in terms of electoral reforms? And then we'll move from there, I think, to save time. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, anybody will really ask, and let me just try to push this question to the room, that what is democracy? When you hear the word democracy, what comes into your mind? And it's something that has really been a problem for the longest time, that really nobody has defined and come up with a serious definition of what is indeed democracy. Some have tried to come up with a kind of definition of what democracy. And some are saying it's a system of government which power is vested in the people and exercised directly or through free elected representatives. It does not simply mean majority rule. It also protects minority rights, upholds human dignity, and recognizes divisive and opinion in society. That is what borders to what people have come as a consensus of what is democracy. And then they have come out to say that, look, in that definition of democracy, there are some fundamental issues that come out of it that they consider to be the components of democracy. What are the pillars of democracy? What makes something look like a democracy? I was told when I was growing up that it might not be a cow if it does not look like a cow. So what are the components of democracy? One, in the democratic state, democratic governance, there must be public participation. Remember what Churchill was saying, that how How do we engage the youths? How do we engage in a democratic government? There must be public participation. 2, there must be accountability and transparency. For example, how is our electoral governing body engaging the citizenry in organizing an election, for example, the by-election? Those are some of the issues that comes out of it. Then indeed, there must be the rule of law, that the grundnorm of the source of the democracy, where we get our power as a people. And then, this is very important, that in a democracy, there must be free and fair elections. Why do we think of elections? Because of the question that we are asking is, can democracy serve without election? One of the components that they are saying about democracy is, ladies and gentlemen, is that there has to be free and fair election. And this one now brings me to the question is, now, what is an election? What is an election? When you talk of electoral IEBC, Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission, what is an election? An election is in itself being defined by quite a number of people in different spheres. According to us, when we talk of election, what comes into your mind? I'm very, very sure that most of us will only think of one. An election is kuweka kura kwa debe. Kuamka asubuhi, then you go and cast your vote. But is that alone what entails in an election? An election has been defined, and this is a process through which citizens choose their leaders and confers authority to govern. There are two very major important things there. One, citizen chooses their leaders, and 2, confers the authority to govern. There must be a social contract. If an election does not have that, meaning it is really not a properly defined election within the meaning of the universal meaning of election, then briefly, ladies and gentlemen, if I would bring you to speed on what are now the attributes of an election. An election must be universal. For example, if you go to an election, I know there are alternatives of elections, but you go to an election where only some few people sit in a boardroom to choose. Indeed, that one will not be qualified to be an election within the meaning, the real meaning of an election. There must be equality of votes. One vote, one shilling, one vote. There must be some bit of your vote has got the same strength as mine. If your vote is thought to be stronger than mine, indeed there might be some bit of lack of really what is an election. And then there must be some bit of secrecy, the secret of the ballot, of which now you cannot predict the results. You can know the process, but you cannot predict the results. What I've chosen indeed will not be displayed, and that is where now you think of it being a proper election. Then lastly, there must be some direction. The citizen directly choose their leaders. It's about me choosing, not somebody choosing for me, my leader, through an election. And that is now bring us now. We have briefly looked at what democracy is, the components of democracy. I've also looked at what an election is, the attribute of democracy. And now ask myself and I'll ask really the room, and this is something that we really have to discuss as a country, as a democratic state. What is the role of election in democracy? What is really the role of democracy, or election in democracy? Can we have democracy without election? Can we say that Kenya is a democratic state if at all we decide not to be holding elections? That is the issue in the room. And quite a number of people have said that, look, in short, in a democracy, citizens typically choose their leaders by voting in elections. An election brings legitimacy in a democracy. For this reason, while theoretically alternatives to elections exist, democracy cannot meaningfully function without elections. That is what some people are saying. What about you? What do you say? Do you think that we can have a democracy governed state without elections? Nevertheless, you have also seen that there are challenges of democracy, where there's quite a number of rise of tendencies to use elections by liberal and authoritarian leaders to legitimize undemocratic practices. A question, for example, is, would you say that Tanzania, with all due respect, is a democratic state? because they held an election. Would you say that now there must be an election to have democracy? What about if they could have not gone to an election? Would you have still said that they are democratic? And that is what is happening today. Do elections still serve democracy? The people who have been in this field for quite a number of years, do you think as we speak today, our elections still serve democracy? Do our elected leaders still have the legitimacy from the people? Do they really have the power of the people? There is two types of legitimacy question. The rule of law, of which, yes, you have been elected through a way that, the constitutional way. People woke up and they went and voted for you. But can you really, in a factual manner, by laid down facts, can you really say that you were elected democratically? Those are the questions that I know that are lingering around right now, especially today, that there's a very big debate between procedural democracy and substantive democracy. And people are now saying in the field of democracy that substantive democracy goes beyond election. Election is not about choosing our leaders. Election now is not really procedural, that you wake up, then you go and put your ballot in a ballot paper in a ballot box. No, it's about how are you governing? How are you involving your citizens in governing? It's not about winning election. That's why you'll find in jurisdictions where people have really fought for the longest time to gain legitimacy, they are struggling to govern. I'm telling you that one of the challenges that the current government of Kenya really faced for the longest time is to gain legitimacy. Legitimacy is that, could he really factually say on the facts on the table that you won the election? Will you, for example, say that you have won the election if all your opponents are all locked in while we are going to election? If you are running alone, will you say that you have won the election if all, for example, in Kenya, you have less governors numbers, you have less senators, you have less MCAs, but you say that you have won the presidential election? Is that what the election is meant for? Will you say that you have won the election if immediately you come into power, there is uprise of JNCs all over? Will you say that that is democracy? That is the reason why I'm happy that yesterday, through the Warrior platform, people are discussing the evolution in democracy. A democracy is evolving. It's no longer procedural democracy, but it's a substantive democracy where the citizen must be involved in governance, not only to wake up and vote and go home. Without, ladies and gentlemen, let me also take you briefly through the priority areas of the legal reforms ahead of Kenya 2027 general election. The reason why I think that it's a good topic is that we are all aware that we are away from the elections, 1 year to elections. But where are we in terms of our electoral reforms? Where are we in terms of the reforms that we really require? People are thinking of integrating technology into electoral management. But where are we in terms of this? To save on time, I will go straight that as Elgia, we did what called the bill tracker of election bills as at 30th October 2025. And you'll realize that for the longest time, there are quite a number of areas that we need electoral reforms as we move forward the 2027 general election. And this is where we need synergy between the electoral governing body, the civil society, so that we can know on how we can get these electoral reforms in place early enough before 2027 general election. As we sit on this room, the question that now we should ask ourselves, what is my role as somebody from the civil society? What is your role as an electoral governing body? What is your role so that we can ensure that we can have these electoral reforms in time before the 2027 general election? Let me put it to you, ladies and gentlemen, that since the 2017, when the presidential election was cancelled through a presidential petition, we have not have a an overhaul of our electoral reforms. We have not had any substantive electoral reforms. Remember the ones that we had tried to do in last election cycle or died with the BBI. Right now, as we speak, we do not have them. Yes, there was a NADCO reforms, and NADCO was numerous. On NADCO report, there are quite a number of the bills that are coming in through. There is also the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, there's AIBC Amendment Bill that went through and was enacted, and we saw the appointing of the commissioners. We have the Elections Amendment Bill that is still before this, has moved from the Senate to the National Assembly. We have the National Government Coordination Amendment Bill, Electoral Offences Bill, and Political Parties Amendment Bill that is intended to remove the Office of Register Political Parties into a commission. The question is, are these bills in a position that we can realize them before 2027? And because of time, I know there are so many gaps also within the Chapter 7 of the Constitution, of which there's quite a number of areas that are still lingering that we don't know where their position. For example, the referendum bill, the election campaign finance bill, or one of the participants alluded to it, the legislation implementation of two-third gender rule. Those are the areas that we think we need to have a way of which we can move forward and going forward that we can handle them. The most important thing is, what are the effective legal reform monitoring tools that we can engage? What are the areas that we can really think as a people to ensure that these bills are passed on time? According to what we think from where we sit is that we must have a way to build a synergy between all institutions that are involved in the electoral reforms to have all these things put into one. For example, as we speak, IBC has got legal proposals. The Office of Register Political Parties also have legal proposals. Even the civil society under it's called the Uchaguzi platform, they also have their proposals. At what point will these proposals pass so that we can have one electoral bill? And to save on time, ladies and gentlemen, because I know we do not have time, based on the bill tracker, I will share this with the Uriah team. We have placed where the stages at which all these bills are at. And we have also made some proposals of which we can do so that we can have these bills passed before the next general election. Remember, we have had two presidential petitions. In 2017, we had a presidential petition. In 2022, we had a presidential petition, of which the Supreme Court also gave their mandates, what their recommendations on electoral reforms that have not been done. We are having a situation where we must also integrate the electoral in our technology into our elections. We cannot do it without a proper legal framework. How can we do it so that we can approach this 2027 general election together to come into those issues that we are looking on, the civic education and so forth on issues that surround the elections. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is where we are as a country in terms of election and democracy and the status of legal reforms as we move forward, but we are not as late as it is. The fundamental question, for example, of the boundaries delimitation, there is a constitutional question that is always coming into people's lips, that what is the constitutionality basis of the 2027 general election if at all we do not do the boundary delimitation? Because if you read Article 88, Article 89, it's a mandatory requirement. Will the 2027 election be constitutionally based, properly based, if at all we do not do the boundary delimitation? Those are the questions that we should now be engaging one-on-one with the electoral governing bodies, with the only institutions involved. That what about it? Will it be valid, constitutionally valid, to have an election in 2027 without boundary delimitation? Otherwise, that is the situation we are in. And I think with this kind of engagement through our year and the proper engagement of the IBC governing body, I think we will have an answer to it proper enough, early enough before we go to the next general. Otherwise, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we are here for anything. Okay.
Thank you so much, Bwana Bon Makolwal. Please give him a round of applause. So we've talked to IBC on election preparedness, and he's brought to fore electoral law. Two questions, preferably from people who've not asked questions before, to Bon, and then we can move to the next section.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Cairo. I'm affiliated to USIU. I'm a researcher in public participation in AI. My question is that you've discussed that it's now individual roles that need to be applied, especially in enacting electoral reforms. I have a big issue, especially when news and other outlets discuss leaders who are incumbents having sort of court cases or ethical concerns. And a lot of young people are hesitant of going to vote because of why are we voting someone who has an ethical concern. And it's important that young people need to get this trust, especially in the institutions, and it must also start from us. So as a recommendation is, do we as young people look at the leaders who we want to vote for? Are we just listening to their campaigns, or are we also looking at their track records? And also, is there a way to emphasize this ethical importance that leaders who are safeguarded by the law are innocent until proven guilty, but also they have a trust deficit to the public? How do we recognize this, and how do we enact this as we also enter into elections and also as we choose our future leaders? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ian, another question? Yes. So these are directed to you, Bon.
Thank you so much. My name is Munyiri. I work with the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. My question goes to Bon and also Ruth. We have talked about the trust deficit, as my brother here has spoken about. This is a software problem. Is the problem around the hardware, and how much does the lack of trust cost us in elections? Because we can print ballot papers anywhere in the world, but we don't trust ourselves. How much do we spend in this particular process to ensure that we have a process that people can actually call it credible as elections? And what will IEBC do to ensure that the institutions that carry our elections, including political parties, really have the trust that can be able to enable Kenyans to have credible elections, that results will be taken as they are and be accepted?
Thank you. So, final question from our senior, Ambassador Julius.
Thank you so much. A very simple. I regard this myself as a conversation. Not that we must answer. We must have questions like a classroom. It's a conversation. And Ruth, I look at you as a person we should have a conversation with. Really, that's a conversation. It's not some question and answer and who wins. No, it's a conversation. And what Paul has just presented to you, to me, is at the core. It's at the core of our conversation, which is it possible for us to have a credible election for Kenya in 2027? That is the question. Within the boundaries of the constitutional limits as set out. Is it possible? I'm saying this because, and I made this observation, I think, when we met somewhere, and we asked that at one time, you may wish to engage NEET, just to have a conversation, because so far, we have not had a credible election in Kenya, in the history of Kenya. Therefore, is it possible that this time, with the issues that have been raised by Paul, that we might break that jinx and have a credible election in 2027? Finally, when we look at you, I'm talking about Ruth now, and the commission. Yeah, as the commission, you are Kenyans in that commission, and we look at you. I mean, you might have a conversation. You belong to one of the 12 constitutional commissions in chapter 15. You are one of those. We need to want to engage you as a group. If I remember your opening remarks today, you said our mandate, and you quoted the mandate. I was listening very carefully because you have respect to you. But you see, you didn't mention that your mandate as spelled out in that constitution at Article 249, 1A, B, and C are the following. On the basis of that mandate, these are our strategies. I was uncomfortable. Why? Because that mandate, 249A, B, and C, constitute the Kenyan national interest. That's the basis of that. That's why you were created, to protect the Kenya national interest following that mandate. If you don't quote it and align it to the national interest, then I don't know where to begin a discussion. And that's a conversation that we want to have, not really minor things. So it is that mandate very clearly spelled, and that mandate says that it is your duty as a commission, among the other commissions, to protect the Kenyan national interest using that mandate. I hope I'm making sense. That's the conversations I would like us to have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Bon, I'll ask you to answer the two questions that have been raised. And then, Madam Ruth, you're very good at putting all the questions together and summarizing with one answer. So Bon, please, maybe you can take the podium just for visual purposes, and we can see you as you address some of the issues that have been raised from your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take the shortest time so that I can contribute my some of my time to Ruth, because I think the appetite for you is quite much. Individual role, court cases, ethical vetting. I think in this question there were quite a number of concerns. Yes, there is then this, what we have to do with individual roles as citizens. We have really to come out and ask ourselves what is really our individual role. And if you can hear from the senior, what he's trying to say is that there have never been a credible election in the history of this country. But what about if we sit down as Kenyans and say that in 2027, we want to make a change and send it differently? So that is where the individual role really comes from. Our role is just not to come and vote. Our democracy has evolved. It is no longer procedural. It is substantive. It must be seen to serve our desires as a people, not just to wake up and have leaders. On the issue, and that is, will address the issue of ethical and vetting process. We have to relook. Remember, we have not relooked into our electoral laws for the longest time. 2017 died with the BBI. One of the areas that we really need to look at is our vetting and ethical procedures. It cannot just be that if you have a case in court, I tell you, I don't think as it is today that we'll ever have a mechanism, if that clause is not looked into, to have people without cases contesting. Now our laws that it is does not put this responsibility to anybody. IBC says it's anti-corruption, and corruption say that it's under LGS, there's a program that we are running under CASP to relook into this, to think that how can we help Kenyans from this yoke of having unethical leaders thinking, and it is through illicit money, corruption, how can we remove this corrupt money in our electoral system? And if we achieve that, I think we'll have an answer to that. Muita's question was, my brother, I think you just went through me, but your aim of the globe was on on Ruth. I'll give my time for Ruth to answer that. Ambassador, I'll listen to you. Senior Ambassador, I'll listen to you very carefully. I've engaged you. We have engaged quite a number of places. And I think this is the right time that we must take the bull by its horns, that Kenyans must come to one consensus, that kindly, our democracy has now grown. We are no longer a toddler. And I can tell you, one of the things that I really wanted to present on is that how can you gauge a democracy that has grown? The tests and indicators of such democracy, because we have consolidated, allow me to read this very carefully. One, we have a durable, functioning electoral management body. We have one of the best electoral management bodies in Africa, anywhere over the world. We know how to appoint our commissioners. We have a strong and robust secretariats within the IBC. So that one, we have passed that test. The second test that you have really know that your democracy has really matured is two, we have institutionalized political parties. So many countries in Africa are struggling to get on how to register political parties. In Kenya, we have a robust way of registering and monitoring our political parties. So we passed that test, Churchill, you can tell me. Third is that we have a robust electoral dispute resolution processes. In this country, we have nullified a presidential election through a constitutional means, through our judiciary. And that one alone, we have passed that test. And the last one, we have 2 consecutive turnovers of our power or peaceful transition. What else do we need to say that our democracy has really grown? What else do we really need? We have all this and we have tested this. The only thing that we need to ask is, what is now our role to have this substantive democracy going forward? People like Raila fought for procedural democracy, putting the institutions. Those institutions are now in place. We must see that Kenyans are governed as per our desires, as per the desires of the youth, as per the desires of the old, as per the desires of the women in the village. Everybody must feel involved in how we are governed. And that is the test of substantive democracy that I think we should now be rooting for. Tanzanians are still fighting for kind of toddler type of democracy. With us, I think we have grown. Thank you so much.
So much. Thank you so much, Bon. A round of applause to him, very eloquently put together. Yes, Madam Ruth, bring this ship home.
Thank you. And I'll use this opportunity to also respond to my sister Miriam. I think I skipped your 2 questions. I must admit what Ambassador has said. Yes, it's a conversation. But I also asked questions. I had to respond to them, isn't it? In fact, I just mentioned the main mandate. Otherwise, Article 88 spells like 11 mandates for the commission. 249, yes, emphasizes A, B, and C, what the role of the commission, independent commissions, is all about. But again, if we are to speak about that, it will take a whole day. So that's why I just narrowed myself on what I was to speak about this morning. But I must say this, that what Mr. Mark Olwal has said is very true. The commission, as it is right now, we have done our best. In 2022, we have not come out to tell Kenyans exactly what we did. All the contested positions, 98.2%, went through. No gubernatorial, no senatorial petition was taken to court and succeeded. Presidential did, and Magarini, and 2 county assembly wards. So the commission has been fair at its work. Yeah. And I don't want to blow our own trumpet, but I think Mark Olwal has put it the way it's supposed to be. Otherwise, we have engaged various institutions. We have engaged political parties, a liaison committee. We have engaged SIGs. We have engaged state and non-state actors. And we still continue. So what I can say from the commission point of view, we'll continue engaging. We'll continue the conversation so that come 2027 we are together. And again, as Mr. Olwal has put it, we are actually between a hard place and a rock. We do the boundaries, we have a problem. We don't do the boundaries, again, we have a problem. So we have to do something in between and ensure that we conclude something on boundaries. And as I said, we are going to announce to the public very soon on our way forward. And on our sister Mariam, about the campaign finance, this act was passed in 2013. And it is Parliament that was to give us a go-ahead. We have done it and done it and done it. But now, lastly, the court told us all we need to do is have a stakeholder engagement with the public. Yeah? And proceed with it. So we are hoping that we'll be able to do this between now and August 2027, rather 2026, so that we can proceed the campaign finance in 2027. Sawa sawa. Then about the certificates, yes, the commission had come up with a threshold that to be a governor, you must have a degree. To be a president, you must have a degree. Yeah? To be an MP, you must have at least Form 4 certificate or a diploma, whatever it is. But all these things were thrashed out by court. You remember the Sakaja case? Yeah? So even as we speak right now, governors do not need to have a degree. They just need to have the yes, exactly. So certificates are not there. It's only the presidential one that is still standing. Are we together? Yeah, so there's nothing the commission can do. It is us Kenyans to have a conversation. What leaders do we want to have in our offices or to leaders, isn't it? Because again, the public always blames the commission that we are giving bad leaders. But remember, these leaders are given to us through primaries or political parties, isn't it? So we cannot produce our own candidates. So even you, through political parties or independent candidates, give us good candidates and we'll give you good leaders. So we may blame each other, but at the end of the day, we need to share the blame. Sawa. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. Madam Ruth, you've handled the fire with so much grace. Thank you so much. I know it was last minute you being asked to step in, but I think you were the right replacement. You've eased our hearts a little bit, but most importantly, you have created a lot of awareness and demystified Suba Churchill. We don't have time. I'm really sorry. It is... allow me, please. My seniors, please allow me. Field Marshal, you can give a vote of thanks. You're done giving the vote of thanks? Okay. My worry is anyone who comes from this table adds 10 minutes. So allow me to time your vote of thanks, our Honorable Boaz. And then after Boaz has spoken, we are going to have a tea break. We have, in adult learning, we need a bit of break. It's been talk. Since 8, for those who came early, we're going to have a tea break strictly starting our next panel at 11:30. We have 2 panels back to back because we have eaten into our tea break. So I'll allow Boaz to give a vote of thanks, and then we'll go for our tea break and we will start at 11:30. So I've put a bit of pressure on you, Boaz. You are the link between us and tea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't even stand here. Madam Ruth Kulundu, pongezi sana. And for those who may not know, she was already thrown out of the IBC because of a job well done. If you see some people struggling to pull out somebody, get to know that that person could be doing something wonderful. Hongera, and thanks for coming. 2, the commission IBC has great people of integrity and all that. The problem that could be coming is how do you firewall the commission from other interests which normally crop up. And I know this could be part of the conversation initiated by Uraia that needs to be undertaken, because all the good work that you do. Just a small thing then throws the dust on the face of the entire commission. I don't have to give examples. For example, you go to inspect materials, on coming back, Mombasa and Kakamega emerge with crazy stuff. You're smiling now. You see? It's because there are other interests which will always come. So we say we know the competency within that commission. Please safeguard it in the national interest. I hope the ambassador said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to tea. We start our next session at 11:30. Madam Ruth, please hang on a bit. This is now the table for hot topics. You've got any direct question that may have missed through Q&A, please come and see her at her table. She has agreed to discuss with you one-on-one. Asante sana, media team, tupatie ngoma ya election.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove, but the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we had, but our voices we asked, why could they not be heard? I write a little story, that's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony, that's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni my baby oh. First of all you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu my baby boo. Yeah, you are so special to me. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hey, hata wakibonga bado twazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Yeah, hata wakibonga bado twazidi kung'ang'ana. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Hey, your love for me makes me shine. You are for me, my African woman. Hey, forever me and you. Hey, kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watutambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. Yeah, you deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah, my baby you know mimi nakupenda sana. Listen. Hey, my baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Hey, you love for me, make me shine. You are for me, my Kenya sky. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la
siku njema. Hey, you're busy. Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis. Siku njema. Production. It's only a matter of time. You just have to believe. Yeah, you are a winner. You're a champion. Don't you worry, my brother. Don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa they call me free. My name is freedom, shining so bright, baby, shine like a star. Sauti paza, amini kitu cha kwanza. Simama, sauti paza, ukiri siku njema yaja. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja. Oh no, no. Oh yeah, yeah. Juzi nilikuwa nimetulia kwangu nyumbani, kwa jirani nikasikia kelele za kuhuzunisha, nikasongea kusudia kuelewa kinachoendelea. Mbona mke analia, wampiga bila huruma? Kumbe ni kawaida, toka kitambo ni mazoea. Hakuna raha nyumbani na watoto wanaumia. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Kila wakati ni matusi, vita imekuwa ni kawaida. Hatuwezi kuongea kubadilishana mawaidha. Mume wangu wabishwi, anajiona shujaa. Hata ninaogopa sema yako si vitisho. Imekuwa ni kawaida, tangu kitambo nishazoea. Pesa pia natafuta na mapenzi nazidishia. Heshima mimi nampa, ila sikosi kilio.
Mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Gonna do that, you available. Me, I really wanna come and rock with you. Mali baby, neza kuwa me and you only.
Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba.
Let me be your service provider. I give you the cable, show you my talent, baby, and you be the label. You be the goddess, and I be the temple. Give you the cane like you never knew that I was able. Hourglass body, can I get a minute? of your time. Can I really show you how a minute? You maximize my nini when you're in a mini. Bad girl, kana denge anakuva nini? Onakuvese wendo na die. Ekana na tuvese, see you know that I'm the guy. Mina mpango za kifiji wakibonga Dubai. Peter Pesto fanya mabazua Zubai. Aye. Look at the way she deep so, she rocks so. When she whiny pale kwa disco. Who got the fire with the body kama ne pistol. Ona filo na maliza mandem. Finito, finito.
Gala do. Ndabye Ghana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. Only.
Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. 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 Yeah. Now that you aware, kakaseka na kulike. Nipekiza box, wingi and on the lock. I can tell you're a performer by the way you hold the mic. You been really bad, let me cuff you, no cops. Kiss you on your neck, tell you everything is great. Nikon Jan, you're a full course meal on a plate. African time, I guarantee I come late. Love you heavier to a chani, walking goja what the weight, get it? And I can take your view, no advantage. Put you in a yes, you can have it in some fashion. Love the way you classy and you boozy, you're a savage. See how you want it like a gypsy with a talent, I see where. Ukianzenya aki yao, unanikunywa sana utadhani ni happy yao. Kisha shauri moyo sini shauri yao. Minisha shauri yangu so sini show ni how.
Gala do. Ndabye Ghana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. Only.
Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba. Tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, saba.
Yeah. CIC. Okay. As cop tell you no. Kijakazi ameniadaa, amenipini mdomo, alama kwa mkono, mchoro za kambanono, kwa mbao amenilaza kama kipande cha nyama. Masani ya lunch usahau, kumbuke niko njaa sijadishiba. Ana fist on me na mapose bila pressure, sabuni ashachanganya akinyosha kwenye boot kama Mercedes Classic. Ni uchungu ikiingia, nikisonga nasongesha tena ndani kabisa, hasira inanijaa, git inamwagika tena nikisonga, kisu anachomoa, macho imekodoa.
Ameniguza vibaya, mimi mtoto kijana. Usichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Amemchapa baba, amempiga vibari. Nani atanamini nikisema nadanganya?
Niko na guilt na mawazo kwanza za kuogofya. Nasikitika sana vile jamii nanitenga. Kila mtu ananisema kosa ilangu tena, na kijakazi alinitenda. Niko na trauma inaniumiza, mawazo ya kujinyonga, virusi zinanikula, shetani ameingia, nimechoka juu, hakuna neniamini nikisema jakazi amenilawiti. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingefeta mdomo. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingefeta mdomo.
Ameniguza vibaya, mimi mtoto kijana. Usichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Amemchapa baba, amempiga vibari. Nani atanamini nikisema nadanganya?
Speak it out, normalize it. Silence sio noma, normalize hiyo noma. Kunormalize sio noma, kuishinalize ndio noma. Si kukata hiyo ego, no more lies.
On to my panelists, allow me to invite Madam Juliet Atela from Siasa Place. Karibu sana. You'll have an opportunity to introduce yourself as you come over. Allow me to invite Mr. Range or Rank, I don't know the name. Ranke. He's told me it's Range. Ranke from CMD. Makofi tafadhali. Allow me to invite Madam Helen Mudora from Uraia Trust. and Madam Julie Chege from the University of Nairobi. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Thank you very much, our dear panelists. I'm just going to quickly begin this session with a round of introduction. And I'm just going to begin here on my extreme left, Mr. Range, as you have, you have instructed me to call you that. Mr. Range, kindly introduce yourself to the participants and tell us what you do in your role at CMD. Karibu.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is, I'm supposed to be called Range, but with the swag, you call me Range. Yeah, I work with the Center for Multi-Party Democracy as the head of programs, M&E, and I've been part of this exercise for the last 10, 11, 12 years. Capacity building political parties, ensuring that they are more institutionalized and issue-based as opposed to being ethnic-based institutions.
Thank you, Range. I'm properly guided now as to how to pronounce that name. We go to Madam Helen. And Helen, as you introduce yourself, kindly tell us one thing that comes to your mind when we talk about elections.
Thank you very much. My name is Helen Mudora. I'm the Civic Education Manager at Uraia Trust. But I've previously done a lot of work with special interest groups. I've worked with disability organizations. I have worked with the women in media. And I'm a media practitioner also in my other life. What comes to mind when I think about elections is the violence that we see during elections, which is not a very good thing.
Thank you, Helen. We go to Juliet. Juliet, also as you introduce yourself, tell us one thing that comes to your mind when you are talking about elections in Kenya.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Juliet Atela, I work at Siasa Place. Siasa Place is a youth-led, youth-focused civil society organization. We deal with youth, mostly on governance, providing civic education, holding leaders accountable. It feels really great when you're speaking about election and seeing that I'm here on behalf of Uraia. I remember growing up in 2010. I was in class 7. And back then, I really thrive a lot when it comes to political issues. So I would see there was a small booklet of Constitution written Uraia, Constitution of Kenya. And I never thought that Uraia is an organization back then. So seeing Uraia here and me being one of the people growing up and seeing Uraia. So when you say 25, I'm one of them. Having seen Uraia being one of the advocacies, telling people to read the Constitution. So I'm one of the products. When it comes to election, for me, I resonate with it through credibility. Having voted for at least one person who ended up dying and not being voted for presidency, I want to see 2027 as being that 1 year whereby it will be free, fair, and credible, where voters, having conducted voting, will be accounted for, rather than saying, I've gone to vote, but my vote didn't pass through. So that's how I resonate with elections.
Thank you so much. And our last panelist, Madam Julie, kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Julia Chege from University of Nairobi, and I am also the CEO of a civil society or a foundation called Premier Peak Leadership Foundation that is in Murang'a County and deals with capacity building of women and men into elective and appointive positions. Currently, we have 1 MP from our organization and 2 MCAs, and I think I would have been the third one because I contested for Member of Parliament, Kangema constituency. I was number 2. Thank you. You know what happened. The orange, the fever swept us, and immediately I ran mad. The IBC, Madam Ruth, I petitioned this particular government. If you are serious on Kenyan politics with Kibe Mugai, Julia Chege, and others, we petitioned this government, the presidential election, but it was proven to be nonsensical and hot air. But we have been vindicated over the years. I have been working with women since year 2002. That's the time I wanted to join politics. I had actually just completed my first degree, 2002, and my dad said you can't get into politics because elections are for mad people, and he never thought his daughter is a mad one. But 2022, they gave me a go-ahead after we had elected the oldest MP in Kenya, Muturi Kigano, with all due respect. From my constituency. Then my dad said, that guy is my age. I think I would have allowed you to join politics because, so when I think about politics, I am a consumer of politics, and I know what it has done to us as a country, and I know what it can do better because I've traveled across, because being in the University of Nairobi, I have been privileged by the grace of God to have traveled far and wide to represent the university and also benchmark. And one of the things that comes into my mind when I think about election, I shiver, and especially current, and I was sharing with the IBC rep here, Madam Ruth, with all due respect, the shenanigans that you're seeing around, it's not good. It's not a good thing. And women, we are shivering and we are shaken when you see a by-election that is calling just a by-election of an MCA of 100, 200 million. I don't know why people are going to politics, and I'm actually reviewing my goals because I want to actually ask myself and ask critical questions. Why do I want to be an MP? Why? I need to ask that because I have been in Bere. I'm a member of Democratic Party, and I'm actually the National Vice Chair Programs. So that's why I had gone there. And what I saw, my friends, let me tell you the truth, women have no space. I don't want to scare you because I'll be talking about women, but I'll give you a scholarly intervention and, of course, the truth on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julie. A round of applause to our panelists for the introductions. We are going to delve deeper into the conversation. The ground has already been set, and one of the speakers that was setting the context for this particular panel had asked us whether we really need elections. Is it part of the democratic process? And our panelists are going to help us unpack that in the context of course, Kenyan electoral process. And I want to begin by posing a question to Mr. Range, based on the work that they do at CMD on the role of political parties in the electoral process. So looking at the Kenyan context and the role that the political parties play in the elections, most of the times our political parties have been viewed as ethnic. And the conversations around consolidating democracy in Kenya. To what extent do Kenyan political parties function as democratic institutions versus ethnic coalitions? Range, over to you.
Thank you so much, moderator. I don't think I have the knowledge to teach these people in this room about how political parties function in this country. we know that political parties, as much as they play a great role, I work with them, I support them to be institutionalized towards, interest aggregation, voter mobilization, and issue framing around elections. There are quite a number of challenges that we have as a country and the political parties, and these parties have been mobilizing around ethnicity, and ethnicity has become a very serious political force in Kenya, that you are told as a party that go and talk to your people in your background, then come to the table, meaning that you have to start with your ethnic group before you come to the table to discuss issues. That has been a challenge. And number two, we are looking at to what extent have political parties been people-centered? Because as institutions of democratic governance, they should be people-centered, carrying the people issues, not the top-down. Allow me to use the word bottom-up for now, so that they can be so consolidative of the people's issues. And that has made them to become weak institutions, which are elite-led as opposed to the citizens-led. And even when you look at how they make their lists of nomination, and Madam Kulundu will tell you that in 2022, almost all parties' lists were returned because they were not inclusive. What does that tell you? We have challenges around inclusion. We have challenges around how national the parties are. Again, the consequences of this ethnic-based mobilization by political parties, we have realized a lot of electoral disputes across the country, and we need to frame it as we go to 2027, because we have an incumbent defending the seat, and we know how the incumbency presidency have been framing our politics going forward. An uneven development, including appointments, which are ethnic-based, in historical injustices, and the likes. Finally, what form of democracy should we have, and should our political parties adopt? We adopted the classical model of democracy from the West. But we have our model of democracies, for example, the negotiated democracy that is working in the north parts of the country. People don't fight there, they agree. What model of democracy should our political parties really adopt to stabilize our democracy? And are we really going to support our democracy if we are not adopting the technology? Our young people organized around technology, the Gen Zs in 2024, they were telling us that we need to have virtual political parties, not the 24 county offices across the country. Are we ready to adopt that particular model so that we can have parties that are available to them because they're the majority? Or we are going to change the law to ensure that we have political parties that are available online, especially for the young people, so that we can be able to integrate the Gen Zs and be able to even register as members of the parties.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Range. Very insightful information around the role of political parties in, of course, consolidating democracy. Some of the things that are coming out, of course, is the whole question about the model of democracy that we want as a country. The issue of course, technology, and the question of virtual political parties. Are we ready for that aspect? And of course, the whole conversation about ethnicity, which maybe we cannot really conclude here, but it's something for us to ponder in terms of the trajectory that we are taking as a country. Where do we want to go on the whole issue of ethnicity and, of course, consolidating democracy in the electoral process. Madam Helen, allow me to come to you now. In terms of the work that you do at Uraia Trust, maybe could you just take us through some of the challenges or persistent challenges that continue to be witnessed in terms of voter education, voter registration, and ballot counting in the electoral processes, and the conversations around us consolidating democracy. Please take us through your experience as Uraia Trust, what you have come across, and how best we can address those challenges.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. At Uraia, being that civic education and voter education is actually our foundation, so we usually have voter education in different formats. We engage with legacy media. If you listen to if you are somebody who listens to the Radio Citizen in the morning, I'm a Radio Jumbo, you will listen, you will hear our messages, especially during elections, because definitely it has budgetary implications. We also do community media. Those very local radio stations, we also engage with them. We have we have what we call Election Watch series. Election Watch series is platforms where we bring in those who want to be elected to be accountable to their citizens. They are asked questions. Na wanajibu. Alafu, we also have cultural tools like music and theater, and then digital and social media, among others. I remember in the last election, our media reach, we reached about 13 million citizens with our messages. Now, the challenge comes, we've given the message, but when it comes to voting, ni choice ya mtu. They end up choosing those for whatever reasons, they choose who they want. And so we've always asked ourselves, how do we work as politicians? You know, it is good to work politically because we train for these 5 years. And I tell you, 2027, when they just do their campaigns, they will wipe out everything that we have trained our citizens. Musichukue 50 bob, musichukue hongo, musichukue hii, but come that year, all those things you have talked about, they will do. So we are wondering, is it a worthy investment or do we just leave them to their own? Sawa. Then the other, that is one of the major challenges. It's a huge investment, but at the end of the day, citizens will still, you cannot dictate who they vote for at the ballot. So they choose. And then sometimes you end up with a government that they start complaining about the government. But anyway, after elections, we go into governance. And we build their capacity then to hold their leaders to account. We build their capacity to engage with their county and national governments. We have our implementing partners here. They work at the county level. They do help citizens to do memos. They do social audits. I can give an example. One of the very strong example is Ojijo from Homa Bay. There was a hospital that had been built, na imesemekana imeisha, and had spent millions of shillings. But do you know what structure was there? Ground. Nothing came up. Not even the chumas to simamisha that thing. There wasn't. But the report says the hospital is done and dusted. Through their organization, they held the governor to account. And I'm not saying the current governor. You know, these problems are passed on to the next and the next. That hospital is now functioning. Ilijengwa na ikaisha, and people are receiving that service. So what we are saying, if we do hold these leaders to account, once they are in office, then we can still get value for the electoral process that we have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. The biggest question to us in the room, especially civil society actors, is how do we translate our work to results in terms of election outcomes. Based on what Helen is giving us, it really presents a picture that there is a lot of work to be done for us really to reap and really achieve some of the results that we want to achieve on election processes in Kenya. Over to you, Juliet. Yesterday when I was here and following the conversations keenly, there was a lot of interest in the Gen Zs and how the youth are being mobilized, of course, to participate in governance processes. And my question to you, Juliet, is around the youth participation in election processes. How well do you feel the youth have really been integrated in the electoral processes in Kenya? And what can we do to actually have them effectively participate in the election process?
Thank you. I think it's a high time that we need to credit youth when it comes to participating in election and also in democracy process. And I would pick Siasa Place, for example. We do a lot of civic education and civic engagement. We've seen youth, building digital platforms where they educate us on policies into languages that it's simpler to understand. We're using ChatGPT. For example, the previous year, the finance bill came out, and we realized that it's been an on and on thing whereby government really bring us these huge documents, and they want you to understand this huge document within a stipulated time and make decision out of it. But then the context sometimes is very heavy. So youth really try as much as possible to make this document be easily accessible for you in a simpler language, languages that youth pretty much understand. Another example was this lady who came up with, public participation where you can just participate without necessarily going to social halls. I can virtually present my views through, emails and online platforms. But then what happened with that? She was arrested because of that. There's a gap that needs to be filled. And I love that Irungu said you should employ her rather than arresting her. You see, youths really participate in all this, but we are not seen. We are being viewed as violent. We are being viewed as people who can be manipulated by politicians in one way or another. Another thing that we also are really good at is facilitating mobilization, peaceful demonstration. Again, this is seen through the 2024 Reject Finance Bill campaign. The power of digital tool, we really mobilized, ourselves using digital platforms, from Twitter Spaces to TikTok, platforms where we literally asked young people to focus on one issue. The issue was the finance bill, right? So I guess it's a matter of how are we even gonna support, how is the state supporting us in having peaceful protests rather than nicknaming us as mobs, goons, terrorists, my lord. We are nicknamed, we are given names when we're literally exercising our democratic rights. Another thing is challenging when it comes to IME, information manipulation and interferences, that is misinformation, disinformation. We've been literally at the forefront, debunking some of these narratives that are being portrayed online when it comes to political issues. We try as much as possible to use satire. We try as much as possible to use infographics to debunk some of the narratives that our, sorry to say, I don't want to say ancestors, but our generation, wakipata tu kitu information online, they forward. They don't verify. They spread it in the chamas, and some of these, demystifying some of this information is very important, because if I come to my mom and tell my mom, I've had this information about, let's say, for example, what's happening in Kasipul, but they've not verified this information, they pass it across, but then they don't see the tension that it creates. So you realize that youth are really at the forefront, but at the same time, we also tend to be used when it comes to the gaps that are there, like unemployment. So you realize that there are youths who are literally unemployed, but they have bills to pay and all this. So during electioneering period, you find politician uses youths because they're very good at digital tools. I call them keyboard warriors. They're very good at typing things online, making it trend. And so politician uses this gap, unemployment, by giving them a specific amount of money, and then they are there to fish out information on WhatsApp, closed social media platforms like WhatsApp, Telegram, or Facebook private groups. So at the end of the day, when government provide for us a safe, environment to do businesses, give us employment opportunities, then we won't be in a place whereby politicians will be able to use us. My colleague asked here a very important question earlier about choosing leaders. It's already there in the Constitution. What are the things we need to look at when choosing leaders? Chapter 6 of the Constitution clearly states on how, when it comes to leadership and integrity, what are the things you need to look at when you're choosing a leader? I'll pick an example, is an MP. The Constitution has clearly stated the work of an MP. Tell me why in campaign MP anasimama anasema, I've built this hospital, and then you guys are clapping. And I'm like, but that is not your job. Your job is just 3 things you're not even doing. You need to represent your constituency. You need to legislate. You need to oversee what the executive and the judiciary are doing. But then you're coming and bragging what you've done that is not your job. Have you done your job of representing your constituency? Do you know that there are schools that are not functioning that you're supposed to do, right? But then we give them even platforms like Funeral to contribute and say the good things that they've done. I will give a recent incident that happened to me. My dad died a week ago. And then the road it was very bad before. So after the death, the road was made very good. And one of the county governors stood and was there with some of the guys saying how, now he's dead, we've really made the road. But then I was like, the county government of Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga, was there celebrating. Then it dawned on me, wait, we're at a funeral, you are bragging over something that should have been done way before to provide easy access for me to go see my dad, right? And here you are, people are actually celebrating you for doing that. It is your job, to collaborate, even if you're supposed to collaborate with the national government to build this road. But here you are bragging about building the road after his death. But then, even the place where I stay in Kimbo, Matangi Road, it's really bad, and Wamatangi is doing nothing about it. And so the thing that reflects as a young person is we are here talking about good leadership, but then the only way my previous generation has made me resonate with good leadership is if you are corrupt, if you've stolen, then we need to elect you. But that is what we need to dismantle, So over to you, I'll just mention that there are so many things that young people are doing, and more will still come, especially when we have access to these tools. I pray that the government does not do internet shutdown like the way they're doing in our neighboring country like Tanzania, because that will be infringing our right. An institution like now Uraia, civil society like Siasa Place, Transparency International, Amnesty International, you should be at the forefront, because for me, I see the prodigy. I'm not afraid to say this, but I see the prodigy of Moi being reflected in Ruto right now. One moment, you're very busy advocating. The next thing, internet imezima.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliet. Thank you for the insights around how we can effectively engage the youth in the electoral processes. And one thing that is, of course, coming out is, of course, maximizing the use of the digital spaces and technology in terms of just us reaching out to the youth. And Juliet, of course, has also told us that we should give credit to the youth. And they have been very effective in terms of facilitating mobilization and, of course, sharing out information. Daktari, I'm on you now.
Wow. After Juliet has spoken, we need to give her a clap. Let's give her a clap, yeah? Yeah, because even the strength after losing the dad and she's here, I mean, this is really commitment and it should be credited. Thank you so much. And God bless. Wow.
Thank you, Daktari. Daktari, I'm going to pose a question that is very dear to me in terms of gender discourses in the election process. One of the biggest questions that we have been having, or conversations around democracy, inclusivity in the electoral process, is participation of women in the electoral processes. Daktari, from your perspective, how effective has been the 2/3 gender rule in terms of implementation, and what gaps are still remaining for us to achieve that particular critical aspect of our constitution?
Thank you so much. And first of all is to remind us as Kenyans that the current parliament is unconstitutional. And even the other one was still. I don't know whether the next one will be, because there was the Maraga declaration still, and it was not obeyed. So when I think about the 2/3 gender rule or principle, and it has been given very many names, and I do not know why women must always be talked about. Because women, we are the majority. We are over 50% now in the country. But then you find the people who are talking about us is the men. I like it because we have he for she, well and good. But if you want to engage women and get to know more about them, ask the women, because they know it better. I'll give you a practical example. I told you I vied for Member of Parliament Kangima. And I have written a book on my journey in politics. I haven't finished. But I can tell you the challenges we go through from the political party. And that is why when after 2022 general election, 2023, I was the National Women League leader of Democratic Party. I pushed myself there until I was at the table, at the neck. Then they started doing some funny things, and I pushed myself to the National Vice Chair of Programs. And I'm aiming at the SG. That is where I'm aiming, because that is where the decisions are made. And they decide who will be given the nomination paper and who will not. And therefore, 2/3 gender principle starts with the political parties. And therefore, ORPP is mandated to actually oversight and see what political parties are doing. But I can tell you, out of experience, I belonged to Jubilee Party, and some few guys sat at Windsor, and they're thinking who is popular than the other, and I told them to hell with you. I jumped into another party. I went to PNU. When I went to PNU, my good friend Munya told me, you know what, we are joining a coalition, and I don't want you to be edged out. So, wewe amua vile unataka. And I decided to join Democratic Party. You can imagine that journey. And every political party, I was partying with 100,000. Because for Member of Parliament, you have to pay the fee for 100,000. How many Kenyans can actually afford that as women? How many can afford? And also, how many Kenyans will be able to know if you join a certain political party, you need to know who are the owners of the party. You know, I was just lucky that I teach governance at the university. And therefore, I have a bit of knowledge, kidogo too, about that. Because when I joined politics, when I vied for Member of Parliament Kangema, I realized I'm an idiot in politics. As much as I could be a scholar. Because on the ground, things are very different.
when you go to the ground, still on 2/3, you will bring men and women maendeleo. You will bring all sort of things. Like we have a safe house in Murang'a County, and they'll be clapping for you. But when we start now looking for who we are going to elect as a leader, they will be asking, where are you married? How many husbands? Who is your father? Who is your mother? They will start asking all those questions to women. And you know, they are very intimidating, I can tell you. So it starts from there. And in this room, we have very many actors in elections. I would urge you, when you go out there, preach the gospel of from the neck up. Tell your neighbor, from the neck up. From the neck up, I mean, let's elect that human being from the neck up. Don't look down. Because when you look down, you will see my breast and you realize I'm a woman. Even for sure, I know I'm a woman, you know? And you go down, you will realize I have a skirt. You know, therefore, we need to elect people, or we need to think about our leaders from the head up or from the neck up. So some of the things that are making our 2/3 gender rule not to actually ever, I don't think it is going to be actualized. You remember we had there was the task force that was tasked to be able to do the 8-point agenda, and the 9th-point agenda was for women, and it was put under the table. I remember going to Parliament and asking Honorable Ishongwa, now, why are you people doing this if you for sure believe in women? And then he asked me, which women? And I was like, what? What did you just ask me? You know, there are things that you'll ask me and I'm like, no. And I realized the war is far from being won. So we need to actually hammer the truth that women need to be on the ballot. And I have a formula that I think I crafted on my own. I think we need to expand the nomination table so that no gender will be below the 1/3. No gender. And I mean no gender. Either men or women. But in this particular time and age, 2025, we are talking about women being marginalized. And not only politically, women also in the boards. Look at how organizations portray their leadership. If you look at their photographs, if I go to an organization, I want to see the photographs. And if I find it's only men, and I realize that organization, wanawake wako na shida. Because I only need to know how it is. Like here it is okay, we have one man here. So we are okay, we are balanced. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, let's give ourselves a big hand. That is very good, you know. So women candidates need to be resourced, either by training, either by capacity building, and not just rhetoric. Because it is not easy for women. Most of the women, I want to give you a small statistic. 2022, the women that contested and went up to the ballot were 1,900. The men, they were over 10,000. Now, numbers don't lie. If you have fewer women, it means we will have fewer men. Fewer women, it means we'll have fewer women in Parliament. Not forgetting, we have the 47 seats that are not contestable. That seat will be for a woman. Women rep. It will be for a woman by the end of the day. So remove 1,900 and 47, and then you see what we are getting. And out of those women, I can tell you, 5 have committed suicide after election because they lost. If you belong to Kenya Women Politicians 2022, you will see we have gone for several barriers. Nanyuki, wapi, wamejua, because they were told ulienda ukakuwa na wanaume wengine. Now you don't have money and you don't have the position and you also don't have me. And the family goes. And some people, women don't have that, that tenacity, especially when you start body shaming them or sexualizing them or, in terms of family, women don't have that, strong mental capacity. I can tell you like 3 were in prison just the other day. 1 had killed the husband, literally. Alimwambia, now 2027 utavai. Wakachongwana, okay, sawa. Wakaenda mahali walikuwa na sherehe, akamgoja nyumbani, akakata shingo. That is it. I can tell you the things that we are talking about here, 2/3, It's not a small issue. It boils down to one particular individual. I'm lucky to have not been mad, and because of the things that we went through. So another thing that is going to help us achieve gender-based, two-third, is end violence. Violence from the media. From the media, you are drawn a cartoon with another man, just your head has been taken, and then, the way they do those things. And women cannot handle that. They can't handle that, I can tell you. We must add that. We must, cyberbullying, it's a lot. Just the other day, Betty Bayo was saying that at one point she couldn't be able to face the world because everybody was talking about her. So some of those things, there are very many things, and I will maybe be given another round of applause, but I want to encourage Uraia. Invest in leadership pipelines. And one of them is like what you are doing. Don't tire. Don't tire. Capacity building for women, the mentorship that you are doing. That question that you have told people not to take money, and they will still take, don't worry. I told my people, 2022, I used a lot of money. But 2027, I'm using nothing. And they are saying, Daktari hana kakitu. Yes, sina kakitu kakumpatia, because hamjampatia kazi. That is the narrative that we should hammer. Make sure that you hammer that narrative, all of you. Because if you don't, those things, they will come on board, And lastly, inclusivity is not charity. And this should go to the president. He lied to all the women of this country that he is going to give us 50%. And not just 50%, quality women 50%. But what we are seeing, some of them are girlfriends, whatever friends, and it is very unfair to leave people who are educated, like in this room, who can actually represent Kenyans in a better way. So inclusivity is not charity. It's a national imperative development. So we must make sure, all of us here who are actors here, women must be on the table. If they are not on the table, then we should tell other women not to vote. Because why vote for people who will not speak on our behalf? And today, and not all women, I'm saying quality women. And thank you so much, because I can, when you talk about women, I can talk and talk and talk, but I have already told you, including women or inclusivity is not charity. It's a national development. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you so much, Daktari. I'm not going to repeat what you have stated. I see Cindy standing, but allow me to give Helen 1 minute, kindly, to respond to something, kindly.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that as Uraia, there's a project we are implementing under the support of the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, FCDO, and ELGIA. And what we are doing is, it's called the Kenya Institutional Strengthening Program. We are trying to move this ethnic-based mobilization, personality-based mobilization, voter bribery, and then these issues of negotiated democracy. We are hoping that we can move this into issue-based politics and elections. Because if we don't if our country never gets to issue-based politics, we will always find ourselves in the same place. And I think the next panel is going to discuss some of that. We've been working with some people to do citizen manifestos, which we can then, through range, and his political parties, we have the youth, we have CSO networks who can then engage the political parties to take up the issues that the citizens have. But again, we have over 300 political parties. Surely, issues itakuwaje under 300 political parties? You know, because if you look at the US, they are always, you are either a Democrat or a Republican. So you come with your issues, and everybody knows their issues. Finally, I think this is a long shot. I've always tried to say, why must we always, Madam Ruth, must we always take this first past the post elections rather than proportional representation? Because if you look at Rwanda, why Rwanda beats most of the countries in the world is because proportional representation. A party is the one which is elected. You don't elect actually individuals. You elect the party. And then the party is told by IBC, as you come with 2/3 women, come with 5% you persons with disabilities, come with this number of youth, and then in that way, you are already, you have a legislature that is already constituted, that has formed they have used their quotas that are provided in that. But I know in political parlance in Kenya, you can never say we can do proportional representation. They are not interested in that. It would help, it would not be expensive because we would just be promoting party policies and party issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this panel a round of applause. Please don't leave. Don't leave yet. I think we'll do them an injustice if we don't ask a question. In the interest of time, we can only take 2. I have 1 there. Can I get a second one? This, yes. Okay. Lakini ujuju umeuliza maswali mengi. Wacha, si kama ni wewe ndio unauliza ni wewe tu. When ndio bailiko? Let me start from there, then I come.
Good afternoon. I'm Lucas Gitao. And thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ari, for observing that for the first time, we've had a panel that, whenever we talk about 2/3 gender rule, we think about men, for instance, being 3, and a man and a woman being 1. But in this case, it's the other way around. Thank you for that. I have a couple of questions, and I'll be a bit fast on this. Kindly, there's very substantive issues that I would like maybe to bring to the attention of the panel. And the first thing is, I would like to understand, is it about democracy or is it about development? And by development, I'm talking about human security. There are 2 things you are confusing, and you keep on confusing. And I like what Madam Helen mentioned about the example she cited of Rwanda. When you go to Rwanda, you realize that they stopped struggling with, for instance, issues to do with hunger. Hunger is a thing of the past. Here in Kenya, it is true, we are envied for having elections, after every 5-year cycle. But we keep on struggling with the most basic of things. Yesterday, we were talking about Article 43 on issues to do with the health, education, and other social issues. And so the question that I would like to pose to you is, why should we be so inclined to politics to the point that, do you know, sometimes I'm surprised. I ran for office in 2017. And the people you're competing with, awana, niseme hata awana haya, hawaelewi issues. But unangangana na wasi wenye wanasema mimi nimetoka mjei, so hata mimi nadai kiti ndawa represent vizuri. But truth of the matter is, it is not about mjei. Si story na kuku ulikuwa security guards. So I would like us, even as we talk about these issues, kindly, can we expound and be able to help us understand that is it about, do we elect for purposes of getting, or issues of human security to be addressed, or we do this to conform with, for instance, our constitution? 2, and very fast. There is someone who, I think it's Dr. who really emphasized on the question of the 2/3 gender rule. I want to say this, and I will repeat. At least I wrote a paper on this when I was doing my first degree. This is something that is very core to me. It's very important to me. Gender inequality is a social construction. So we cannot sit down and say that the more we'll have, maybe for instance, many women in parliament, is the more we are going to have issues of women addressed by those women in parliament. That is hypothetical, and we need to be honest with each other here. 2/3 gender rule doesn't necessarily mean that we need to have 50 women, 50 men in this, on this side. Hiyo si ukweli. Ukweli natuambiane ukweli. Even hata nyumbani wengine wetu penye tunatoka saa hii, nimetoka mtaani, nimesaidia wife kufanya shughuli za mtaani. So sielewi mbona tunasema kwamba we need equality at representation lazima ikuwe chwani to that gender rule manenos. Ukweli wa mambo ni it is true we need a piece of legislation on to that gender rule, but also we need also to be honest. Daktari, you've also mentioned that you sit in DCP, for instance. You have uko na cheo mahali pale. Why can't DCP, for instance, take a benchmark? Give us a benchmark to that gender rule ikiwa implemented at that level. And then every other political party will say, hey, then by the look of things, this is the way we should go. Lastly, I've been in court, at least I took a petition there once. And there's one thing that is often used there, a language of technicality versus substance. And I would like to pose to us this afternoon. Should we pursue technical issues at the expense of substance? Tunangangana sana, tuseme niyo do that gender rule, siju to observe issues to do with human rights. I'm pro-democrat. I pursue and I would really like to incline to issues to do with the democracy. But then we need also to ask ourselves, mbona tungangane sana na hizo stories zote na mwisho wa siku my grandpa tells me, hizi vitu zote zina zero down to one thing, the stomach. Kama tutaweza kuaddress stories za tumbo, I'm telling you, the reason why we have a big number of people who are seeking for elective positions, it's because of stomach, nothing else. The reason why we are having, by the way, mushrooming of civil society space at times, and allow me to say this, it is because of the stomach. People are hungry. My plea to us, let us have a sober conversation. Let us have an objective conversation. Let us mean what we say. Asanteni.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, Ojijo, I won't take your question because he's posed 3 very pertinent ones. I'll allow you, Elizabeth, to delegate who in the panel, or maybe just open it up to the panel to answer the questions that have been raised by our friend here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the questions. I think the panelists are ready, and I'll begin with Daktari in 1 minute.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. True, bringing women on the table does not mean that we have achieved through that gender rule, because we fought for this constitution. I remember we were running helter-skelter from Mufugamano and all that. But the women we put there, when they went to parliament, they have become honorary men. And when they have become honorary men, they are not representing issues to do with women. So I agree with you, but we are not going to relent. We must continue electing women and putting women there, and very soon we shall fight the right women. Lastly, in terms of that, it's already working in Rwanda, it's already working in Namibia, and it can work here in Kenya. We only need to remove 3 challenges. One, excusitis is one disease that we must remove. Another disease is tuberculosis. You know, because people, they're going there for their own interest. Once you are elected as a chair of a board, you are a woman, and you want to find out how many millions can you amass in the next 6 months. You know, we must be able to do that. And then, just rewarding cronies. That chronism, we must remove that so that we can be able to achieve to that gender rule. And lastly, if we want to achieve to that gender principle in this country, it must be politically instigated. We need political goodwill, because that is the only place, because they vote in parliament. And if they vote yes on one side and no on the other side, it will depend on the vote. So we need a political goodwill. And if you don't do that, we will be doing, like my brother there is saying, democracy and development. Yes, we need both of them. You cannot have democracy without development, and you cannot have development without democracy. So they are 2 twins, they are bedmates, and they must work together. So we must be able to understand that these things, they work together, but there's a lot of hope. According to what I've heard from Uraia, I think I'm more hopeful, because I was chatting with my neighbors there and was telling them, if status quo remains, then we don't need election. But if what Madam from Uraia is doing, then we need election. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daktari. I can see Cindy up. But we want to give Range 1 minute, probably to respond on the issue of democracies versus development. What exactly do we need? Although Daktari has answered it, but we'll be glad to hear from Range.
Just a quick one. I think we have a challenge as a country. We don't need to really blame the politicians alone. The quality of the political parties we have is a reflection of the quality of the citizen that we have. The civic education we must invest in is also to enhance the quality of the voter, to be able to analyze the person that we are going to vote for. The things to do with two-thirds gender principle, for example, Dr. is saying, is how is the voter aware to be able to identify and be able to bring out the candidates to come out to be voted for. And this data that was given by IEBC, I follow that statistics, that 11% of the candidates who came out of to be voted for in either 17 or 2022 were women. And that is the statistic or the percentage of the candidates who were voted for into office. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, where are these candidates? We need to find out as CSOs, as duty bearers, how do we bring more women, more young people to contest for political office so that they can be voted for. They cannot be voted for if they are not available.
Thank you so much, Range. As we come to a close of this panel, I can see Cindy smiling. I'd like to give our panelists just 1 second to give their closing remarks on this particular topic, their feeling about the issue of consolidating democracy. And I'll start with Rangi.
Thank you. I think we have a long way to go. Our democracy is work in progress. We have challenges around even coalition building. As political parties go into coalitions, you ask yourself, why is DCP in a coalition with Wiper? Why is ODM in a coalition with UDA when initially they were very different and distinct? So we have a long way to go. Our democracy is work in progress. We must continue working on it. But I doubt whether political parties are really willing to, they get funding from the ORPP, the Political Parties Fund. I don't think they are really willing to run programs for political education because they don't want informed citizens. So the CSOs have to fill that particular gap. Informed citizens will not be able to vote for those parties. Uraia here, through these civic education programs and what we do, we must do that work to ensure that we fill that particular gap. But it is work in progress. It will not happen today. It will take time, but we have to keep on pushing on.
Thank you, thank you. Helen?
A lot of times, as civil society, we say we are non-partisan. Ni ukweli. And sometimes the rule of the contracts which we have signed say we have to remain non-partisan. So I can tell you, for the Constitution, we are the ones who really pushed for those seats to be there. True or false? But did we get in? No, because we are non-partisan. We have to relook at that so that the quality of the leaders we get, we form part of those leaders that get into parliament. We must participate in political party activities. We must be members of parties. In 2013, when the Constitution was promulgated, I was working for UDPK, and I encouraged my staff to go and get into political parties. And I tell you, 75 persons with disabilities were nominated by political parties. We did not get into the threshold of the Constitution, but because they were in the parties, then they were nominated. But if you are not in the party, you cannot, because you are not visible. Then they end up with what we are calling now the girlfriends and the other friends, because we are not there.
Thank you, Helen.
Mine is to just encourage youth to take up spaces. I will start with IEBC, the previous election, this election that just happened. We only have one lady, one youth, the vice chairperson of the IBC. She's like 33 years old, right? She's the only one. And that is after we tulileta kelele, because, I mean, how president sign up where there is no youth in the IBC na tunaangalia 2027? It's really sad that we are in this state whereby youth are not given even spaces to be in the decision-making processes. You know, they are not being given spaces to be in those decision-making spaces. And when I mean youth, I mean even women, people with disability, because we are of special interest. So youth, we need to take up spaces. Let's turn up in large number and get our voters card. That is what is really important, because 2027, it won't be just at the mainstream media. This time we'll be televising everything, digitizing everything that IBC will be conducting. Our eyes are on you, IBC.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliet. Dr.
Wow. Yeah, thank you so much. So my parting shot is everything is political. Life is political, and so is democracy, and therefore let us enact clear implementation legislation to be able to implement our democracy. Otherwise, the future is bright, and especially with the Gen Zs. I am told by my daughter, she's the one who told me not to be going meetings with laptops all the time. I can use my phone. And she told me I don't have to type. There's something that she has done. So let's be honest. 2027, the space there will be invaded by the Gen Zs. And if we make a mistake, I'm not saying this as a threat to IBC, they are likely even to bring the server down. And therefore, we must be able to know everything is political, and there is nobody is an unpartisan. Let us be partisan. Let us participate in all this. Let's give space, and especially to the women and the disabled. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of our session, and just a few takeaways from this session. We've heard it from the panelists, the role of elections in consolidating democracy. There is a long way for us to go. We appreciate the gains that have already been made, but we still have work to do in terms of engaging with political parties, engaging with the youth, engaging with the IBC, the institutions that, of course, regulate elections, and also the issue of women in politics. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause to our panelists. Please come down, all of you, and gather for a group photo. It is what we do at the end of every panel, just to mark this great occasion of coming to discuss about the role. It ended up being more about the role of women in elections, but there were other things that came in. Later on, I will give Boaz an opportunity just to say uraia's role. Mnajua uraia mnaona tu ineno, nafikiri it's just small things. Their role in ensuring that the constitution that was promulgated in 2010 had the provision of 2/3, to ensure that 2/3 majority was put in the constitution. So there's a lot that went into that. We just don't have time to discuss, but it is good to know the pertinent issues on the ground. Before I invite my next panel, guys, let's stand up a bit, we stretch. Hey, it's been a challenging conversation. We stand, we stretch a little bit. Everyone to your feet. Let's put the laptops away. By the way, laptops drain your energy. It is a science. So we need to just re-engage, rejuvenate, move some of the old muscles. All right, give yourselves free space, kidogo. That includes you, Ambassador. Thank you so much. You know, when I deal with that table, it reminds me of my father. No, peleka tu pole pole. But even peleka pole pole, unaambia tusukume gari ende. Okay, sawa. Now, I've not said a lot about myself. I am a mother of 3 boys, 2 under the age of 7. I'm a daughter of a teacher. I am a Sunday school teacher. What does that say? I have learned in life that adulting is a hoax. And we are all professional adults. We stand around here in our suits and our ties and our gadgets, but deep down inside, we have to have the heart of a child in order to get to heaven, isn't it? But most importantly, you have to have the heart of a child in order to enjoy life. Because adulting is a hoax. Taxes, all that stuff will still be there. But once you remember who you really are, you will enjoy life a little bit. So feet shoulder width apart, indulge me a little bit. Hands to the side. And then this is how we did it in our generation. I hear there's a Gen Z generation. Let me teach you how we did this thing. Who remembers? Head, shoulder, knees and eyes, ears, nose and I hear now it's eyes, nose, ears and mouth. Apana, our generation was eyes, ears, nose and are you ready? Now when it is toes, it is all the way down. Ojijo. We don't want to know what is distracting. Lazima ifike chini. Sawa? Head, shoulder, knees, and toes. When you're going to the ground, majenzi wakidance, utasimama ukue kama hivi. No, you'll have to be moving around, isn't it? So you have to be flexible. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Head, shoulder, knees, and toes. Head, shoulder, knees, and I see you. Knees and shikani chini. Head, shoulder, knees and toes. Eyes, ears, nose and mouth. You've gotten it. Haya, look for a partner. Wawili kwa wawili e. Even me, I say that. No. The men here are struggling. 2/3 majority. All these people are men. 2/3 majority, we've not started here. Now you see, you have to suffer the consequences of not engaging 2/3 majority. Okay, stay next to your partner, male or female. Won't ask you to do anything, just give them space. We're going to do head, shoulder, knees, and toes. But now, when it comes to eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, you will point at your partner. Eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Without poking. Where I come from, we say, akuna kusoko. Don't soko the eyes. And then, don't come so close. Some people here are married, please. Nakuja close, uraye naeka live stream, you're told this is what you want to do. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Head, shoulder, knees, and you're not bending knees, and head, shoulder, knee. Your partner.
if you know Ugis very well, Ugis is growing faster.
Yeah.
Is now a municipality. If you can compare Ugis and the CBD of Homa Bay County,
yes,
it's much bigger, growing fast. So somehow it is a cosmopolitan area.
Does that
where people
mean
have habited
yes,
so much there?
Yes.
So it is now time now we have to analyze this kind of issues.
Yeah.
Is it coming from the people of Kasipul themselves, or is it having a backup somewhere? But right now we are enveloping everything under political arena.
Yes, yes,
yeah.
yes.
So to us
yes,
as IDF,
yes,
what we have been doing in Homa Bay generally, to quell such chaos, we have been conducting social vetting.
Okay.
But this time round, because of limited resources, we could not conduct social vetting in Kasipul.
Okay.
Remember, Kasipul has attracted 10 candidates.
I just want us to hold on there for us to define social vetting so that at least we are on the same page with our listeners.
Social vetting is part of social accountability.
Right.
Whereby you bring the citizens and aspirants together.
Yes.
They share the manifesto.
Okay.
Citizens deliberate about that manifesto.
Yes.
And from the discussions, they now weigh and score who's the best candidate.
Oh.
So what we are doing in Homa Bay, we are encouraging the development of the manifesto to start with the citizens, not the aspirants. You see, so the citizens develop their own manifesto.
Yes.
Then look for a suitable aspirant who can at least implement the manifesto. That is what we have been doing.
Okay.
But due to limited resources, we could not do this in Kasipul.
Right.
And we have, the constituency has, the by-election has attracted 10 candidates. Among the 10 candidates, we have one lady, a female candidate. Yeah, this which is very, very much important. And if you analyze those candidates so much, most of them are youthful. Apart from 2 or 3.
Yes.
I know Aroko, somebody.
Aroko is not young.
Money Boy, those are not young. But the rest are young people.
The son to where is young, but he seems to be a government project. From how the optics look as it is now, looking from as an outsider.
Yes.
And that's why I needed to have this conversation with you.
Now that is where this issue started.
Yes.
Initially, there were about 4 candidates.
Right.
Initially. All of them belonged to ODM.
Okay. Okay.
So what brought the difference? The nominations. So other candidates and the electorate are perceiving that the son of the late MP is a project
of the sitting governor.
Of the sitting
governor,
saying the sitting governor
and president by proxy.
Because you already let us talk of alleging. They're alleging.
Yes.
And the way the ODM nomination was conducted, we do electoral monitoring.
Yeah.
There were a lot of issues. Even there was a case whereby students were taking pictures while voting during the nomination.
That is wrong.
So this brought the apathy that there was now mistrust. And this made other candidates like Aroko to go to independent. Okay. But it is only 3 candidates who faced the nomination. And this was Aroko, there was somebody Majiwa, and Ogada.
Okay.
So all these others, they complained that the nomination was not fair. And all this brought a lot of tension.
Yeah.
So, and again, one which is very, very sensitive because we have to see this thing through beyond the curtains.
Yes, yes.
This is the 2027 elections for Homa Bay County.
This is a mock.
2027 it is a mock.
This is a mock exam.
Yeah. So,
okay,
there is that perception from the governor's team,
right,
and the other team that if Kasipul will elect an independent candidate,
then it means
that the whole of Homa Bay County will have a change, whereby now ODM will not be dominating. That is a narrative.
Yes.
There's a narrative, and it's very, very much sensitive.
And I think, and given the strength ODM has had and the grasp has had on people down there, I can imagine the emotions moving in the area, and now we are seeing ODM fighting within itself at the national level.
Yes. Yeah.
How is that trickling down to the and does that also speak to the loss of lives that we saw the other day?
I think first we should be asking very pertinent question.
True.
5 years back,
yeah,
in Luo Nyanza, particularly in Homa Bay County,
yes,
if you were nominated with ODM ticket, mambo ilikuwa imeisha.
Ilikuwa automatic.
Ilikuwa imeisha.
Ilikuwa story imeisha.
But saizi, this is after nomination, and it is as if people want to kill each other.
It's
so
like
it
now
means there's no trust in ODM the way it was initially.
Yeah.
So why we are saying that this is a 2027 election, it is also being generated by the death of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Whereby now there are some people within the party who have been suffering in quotes. In ODM, there are people who have been suffering in quotes.
Yes.
Those people have been winning nominations and they are being denied the chances. So these are people who are regrouping back and they're saying now,
finally we have our
hakuna pale
voice.
tunaenda, lakini maneno lazima tuitengeneze hapa. So kuna ODM wenye wameokoka na ODM the statu quo. So this is where the problem is. Now, when you're nasema now, let us start this testing in Kasipul. So that if we start it like this, the whole of Homa Bay County may not have domination of the ODM. ODM. And at the same time, this is a double-edged sword. Another thing is also looming. If Boyd Were wins, then there will be another problem. Because the era of the youth entering politics. And remember in ODM, 90% of these leaders are aged.
Yes. And it is chronic.
Very, very chronic.
In ODM, it is chronic.
So it is a state of confusion, which is being amplified with the state of nature of politics in Kasipul.
Now, let us zoom out for 1 minute, because there's a pattern I'm seeing. And my bigger worry becomes that the evils which we tolerate at micro level might be a preparation for us of the evils we are going to tolerate at the macro level in 2027. I'm looking at in Embu. It has now become a playing ground between Kindiki and Gachagua. And optics matter. Let's be honest. And then we are seeing now Kasipul. It's Arroyo against Wanga. The personality-based mobilization of politics. How are you seeing that being, and are we normalizing violence in preparation for 2027? Because we have always fought when someone sitting is defending their seat.
To me, it is normalizing violence. Because in Kasipul, the language is violence.
It's like there's nothing else anyone is discussing.
And I'm telling you, if you are a visitor and you happen to visit Oyugis, be careful on how you can comment on issues of elections there. Because if you say that you people elect Boyd Were, I'm telling you,
you don't know who you're talking to.
You might find your head in another place. If you say, okay, elect Aroko, you might find your head in another place. So what we need to analyze so much is why this violence? Why is this violence? And something ironical happened because I'm coming from that place. You can remember when the late immediately it was announced that he was shot. If you were keen in the social media, you were keen in the newspapers.
I was online.
Now, people expected that the whole of Kasipul will be in the grieving mood.
People were celebrating.
You saw women dancing. You saw youth dancing. Which was very bad, ethically.
I saw narrations of very gruesome pictures. And I was like...
And there are a lot of narratives which are still going on.
Yeah.
And that's why what we were saying, that if IBC wanted to hear more on what is happening in Kasipul, they will have invited even the civil society organizations. Because you cannot just sit with the candidates alone and the victims, and finally the verdict which you can give is to find these people. We are asking the IBC, they went there to collect money or they went to solve the issue. Will the 1 million each from the candidate, what will it do with the 2 young men who were killed?
Let's just talk about that. And I also heard you mention about the kind of money that is being mobilized there.
Yeah.
With the kind of careless spending, do you think 1 million would even hit a pinch on any one of them?
No, nothing. So
hakuna kitu watasikia.
What we were proposing to IBC was first to bear the 2 prominent candidates, Aroko and Boydwere, from contesting.
Because they are the main instigators.
They are the main one. The other candidates are just okay. They're just okay. Secondly, I think you guys know the process of electioneering and campaigning.
Yes.
The candidates usually sit down with IBC and come up with the schedules for campaigns.
Yes.
Then IBC, what we needed from the IBC was to analyze on these schedules. And to make it worse, this incident took place in the home of assistant chief.
I heard the real story, let alone what now came out on the newspapers. And I realized we are really dealing with a real cover-up here.
Yes, there's a very real cover-up
because there's a truth that, number one, a political rally should not be held at a civil servant's home.
That's correct.
Number two, they were in the way of the other candidates' route.
Yes.
And they were supposed to be campaigning at a different location.
Exactly.
And you just look at those, and now we are even suspending a sub-chief.
Yeah.
We are now imposing...
Good, you have been following that thing.
Oh,
very good.
For me, I go
That's
down
very
to
much
details.
informative.
Yes.
They said they have suspended the chief. Now, you will suspend. You will do all these things. You will go back to Nairobi as the commission.
You'll find people.
Remember, county commission has been there.
Yes.
All these years.
Yes.
Has this violence been solved?
No. There's a committee.
So if we are not careful, whatever recommendations and the verdicts we are giving out during this time of electioneering in Kasipul might have consequences in future.
And especially at the
and
national
mark me
level.
right on that one.
Oh, trust me. Now, looking at the past 2 days and the role you and I and our colleagues in this space that we have to play, I personally am at a point where I'm feeling like there's more that we need to do, but we feel like there's a little bit of despair and people feeling like if the government is not doing so, who are we? And I want us to just reflect on what we have been discussing here.
Exactly, because what is happening now to me, these are personal issues.
True.
But as a solution, we need to conduct more vote education in Kasipul.
Yes.
So that the electorate should know the processes of electing a leader. And there's a lot which is also happening. If you are very keen on the wordings of the campaign, remember, this is a by-election.
Yes.
This is not a main election.
Yes.
And in this by-election, we must also analyze something. We are remaining with less than...
It's 1.5 something.
Less than 2
years. We will be in another election.
Or even 13 months. Because in 2026, if you are very keen, even when it comes to the budget, the final budget of an MP serving is in 2026, 2027.
Yes.
So we are talking of the 2026.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So why am I bringing this? Even the messages and wordings in the elections are very, very much poor and weak. You know, is when majority of leaders, including the son of the late, are coming up with new visions, not knowing this is just a by-election, whereby there was an MP who was there, who came up with a strategic plan for 5 years. So
you should just implement
I haven't heard any of the aspirants mentioning on how they are going to implement.
To complete.
Let's say to complete.
Yeah. Not even implement.
No one is not mentioning about completing. It is all about I'm going to do new things. So this is giving us an impression first that even the leaders themselves, they don't know what they are going to do. Even if they'll be given chance right now, I'm telling you, they are going to mess, and we are going to go back to the same problem. Secondly, let us encourage the use of the social vetting. Social vetting can help us to at least minimize such violence. For us to understand more about these candidates and those people who can help us. Why am I saying this one? I've told you that Kasipul is an urban area. It's very big and it is growing.
So
Oyugis.
It has a little bit of foreigners coming in.
Oyugis is very big.
Right.
And I've told you, and I'm repeating, more than the CBD of Homa Bay County. Homa Bay Town. Yeah. So there is a lot of interest. What we were expecting was on the urbanization message, and because urbanization will cure the economic stress the youth are having. The jobs which we are supposed to address. But no one is addressing this. Instead, they are developing gangs, youth gangs, to fight each other. Youth who do not reason.
So it's a mobilization along violence only?
It is a mobilization along violence. It's not about development.
As we wind up,
but remember,
I really feel bad because IBC have said that you are going to approve you guys to be observers.
Yes.
As we finalize our discussion, and I would like to pick this another time. Do you think that as observers, as we document, do you think it will have an impact on the politics of Kasipul going forward?
It will.
Yes.
Because we have been, we analyzed the previous elections.
True.
Those people have been monitoring elections and observing elections in Kasipul. They have not given out the real report. But this time, we wanted a report which at least can be presented to the stakeholders and IBC in Malaysia violence.
Once and for all. Yeah.
Because, but we have been monitoring a lot. Even now, we have a report which we have before this electionary period, what has been happening. And this report should be reaching some relevant people. So that when such things are being presented even to the peace committees, at least we can have mitigations. True. But this is happening because we don't have report. We don't have anything to show with evidence. Why is this taking place? You see? Because it is very dynamical. Because if it is not election, it is about hacking of people in Oyugis. So what is it? Are they the same people are hacking people who are being employed by these politicians to do these things? Because ni vitendo ya kinyama sana. Hapo ni kama watu wanaona binadamu sio kitu.
There's a senseless waste of human life and human dignity, and it is something that we will keep our eyes on. I will definitely keep tabs on you specifically, because I'm also scared for your safety, man.
It's very
easy.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's not easy covering these things.
Yeah.
But as you go back, please take our regards to Oyugis, and we really hope that you guys will have a peaceful election. I'm keeping my eyes on the ground.
You should.
On the ground, like on this one. Kwanza hapo tutashirikiana sana. And as I've said to a few friends of mine, if you have something in Kasipul and you cannot post it, send it to me. I will post it.
That is very, very much important.
Because I don't want you to endanger your life when you're on the ground. Mimi before nifikia watafanya kazi. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you so much for your work.
Yes, sir.
Please endeavor to educate Kenyans.
Yes, we will.
Enlighten Kenyans so much.
Yes, sir.
So that at least in 2027, at least we can have a bit fair. You know, there's no fair and credible election in Kenya, but a bit fair election.
We can always improve.
Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Asante sana.
All right.
Karibu.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Muziki ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda manana,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. So, my name is Kainamix and this is Liz. She'll be helping me with the vocals. Na hii ni playlist yetu ambayo nilitengeza tu nikiwa na yeye. I hope you're going to enjoy as we have in this session. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Mina fanto mama.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Welcome back to the National Convention on Ecosystem, Civic Education and UTU. Leo tuko Golden Tulips hapa West T, na venye tuliwaambia tulikuwa tumekuja kulaunch pia handbook yenye imeandikwa na uraia. Na ndani ya nyumba leo tuko na very powerful person hapa kutoka Youth Agenda. Karibu sana bro.
Asante.
For the sake of the listeners, unaweza introduce, tuambie udu nini? Jamani.
Thank you. My name is Engeli Brian. I work with the Youth Agenda and I'm in charge of programs. Sisi kama Youth Agenda, we are a youth-led organization that has been there for the last 28 years.
28 years.
Champion for the rights of young people and also ensure that young people are included in key decision-making processes and also governance of this particular country.
So does it mean when you get to 35, you don't work there anymore?
As an organization, we embrace young leadership.
Yeah, man.
Because we believe that young people also has to be given a chance.
Okay.
So when you reach 35, that means that you have to graduate to another level.
Okay.
So that you
but you're still within the organization.
So that you also create room for other people to come in and also provide a new leadership.
Okay. So what are the key things you do over there? What do you do mostly over at Youth Agenda?
As an organization, we have 3 key pillars that guides us. One is we empower young people to engage in the socio-economic spheres. And that means that we run programs that empower young people to be able to secure decent jobs.
Okay.
We also train young people to have that requisite skills to start and run businesses. And in this, we have a number of projects that we are doing on with that regard. We also, secondly, empower young people to engage in governance and also decision-making processes. More so, elections. We have an elections program that we have partnered with a number of partners, including Uraia, who are our sponsors, just to ensure that we consolidate the voices of young people and ensure that they are meaningfully engaged in the process, just to ensure that the leadership that we are going to have is all inclusive and young people are placed at the center of it. And then lastly, we work with organization, youth-serving organization. We build the institutional capacities of these organizations to be able to execute their mandate. And therefore, giving an elder in the sector, we have decided to provide that facilitative role and ensure that youth-serving and youth-led organizations are able to implement their projects with ease.
Kutokana hizo vitu umenieleza zina sound like very complex things, very technical. Mnafanya nini ndo mpate the youth wako interested in such complex things, such technical things? Juu unajua tu mayouth venye ukua. How do you make it interesting for them to be able to engage and participate in all that?
So what we do, as I did mention, sisi ni network organization. That means we have member organizations across the 47 counties. So sisi tukitaka to implement anything, we usually use our member organizations in those counties because these organizations, they understand the real issues
on the
within
ground.
their ground.
Oh, nice.
So for instance, at the moment, we are having a project and this project requires us to engage the youth. That means that we'll approach our member organization. If we don't have a member organization in that county, then we engage one that has a touch with the ground. So these organizations will then mobilize the youth because they also understand who are the right kind of youth they can invite in their forums. So they engage the youth. For us, we just support the process. After the engagement, then we'll collect their views, proposals, then consolidate and package it in a language that the government understands, and then of course present it to the government. Currently, we are in the process of engaging youth across the 9 regions on what we call a youth manifesto.
Which regions are these?
The 9 former regions, which is Nairobi,
Rift Valley,
we have
Eastern.
Rift Valley, we have Eastern region,
Central.
we have Central, we have Nyanza, we have Coast region, Western region,
and Northeastern.
Northeastern region, yes.
Okay.
So across the regions, we have been able to hold consultative forums in partnership with the Youth Serving Organizations Consortium and also Manifesto 80 Consortium. So the gist is to consolidate the voices of young people, looking at what are their priorities and what are their issues. So the final product of this particular consultative forums is to develop a common document that has the youth priorities. Now, this document, we are going to use it as a negotiating tool in the 2027 general elections. So we'll ensure that all parties and candidates have to subscribe and also adopt this particular document for the youth to support them. Yes.
Before tuende kwa the manifesto, umeongea kitu moja important sana. You act like a go-between between the youth and the government, right? Umesema you go to the government with a language that the government understands. So each time una engage na youth, what language are you using that the government does not understand? The language gani mna change ndio gava iweze kuelewa?
So when we are doing our consultative forums, we use very simple language. Sisi we engage through the normal way, not that having a conversation. For instance, we usually do what we call Bonganasi dialogues. So these are dialogues that we invite either county officials or any duty bearers.
Physical or online? Okay.
Yes. And then we have a round table with a number of youth. And then we have a dialogue. So in this dialogue, we just have a contemporary dialogue on what are the issues, what are some of the solutions, what can we do to address it. So basically, we use a common language that the youth can be able to express themselves. They're able to express themselves. And then now, after that, we are able to translate
No, because you assume the government has old people, or is it?
Yeah, you see. We translate it into either a policy brief or a memorandum that we then forward it to either Parliament or other key ministries. For instance, when government or Parliament usually issues notice of public participation for a number of bills, we usually convene forums. For instance, in Nairobi, we convene what we call the Nairobi Community of Practice, which is a forum that brings together youth-serving organizations in different thematic areas.
Okay.
So when there's a bill on the floor of the House, we usually convene these organizations just to come together, dialogue, and also be able to break down the bills.
Okay.
We usually bring on board consultants to break down the bill. And then after they break down, then we allow the youth now to engage and give their views. And then we develop a memoranda and then, of course, submit to the Parliament for consideration.
So in the same way you translate to the government,
yes.
Now once you've given, once the government is giving feedback now, do you still package it in a language that now the youth can understand?
Yes, when it comes to dissemination as well, we have to still again break down that particular feedback into a language that the youth understand. So that's when now we do popular version of either bills or any other document that we want the youth to understand.
Okay. Yes. And very first, can you tell us, first of all, what is a manifesto?
A manifesto is simply a document that outlines the issues and the priorities that a particular group wants to be prioritized.
Okay.
Basically, for instance, when you look at the youth, we have so many issues, but what are the priorities?
Okay.
What are the priorities? We're looking at unemployment. What are the priorities within that particular sector? If it's youth in leadership and governance, what are the priority issues in that we need addressed first?
Okay.
Because, for instance, as a person, you can be hungry, at the same time you don't have clothes. So what is your priority? Is it having clothes or you want just to be fed?
To be fed first, we prioritize. I get what
so
you're
basically that document outlines the priorities that you would want to see addressed first before the others.
In terms of now public participation, how many people were involved in writing the manifesto?
Now, in terms of public participation, that particular document is basically a consolidation of all the youth issues that has been collected from the forums.
Okay.
So these forums are varied, but basically, when we go to a region, we ensure that we have an inclusive forum. That means we have youth in their diversity. Have PWDs, have young women. We have youth from minorities and marginalized communities, so that we capture issues and priorities from their diversity. So when it comes to now consolidation, we have a small team that sits now together to consolidate
all the feedback. Into a
one document. Yes.
And what makes this document legit? Do you have signatures? What makes it legit? What will make that politician want to adopt it before the youth can support them?
Now, what we have done is because it's a document that has been generated from the public, from the youth themselves. So the reason why we wanted to drive first legitimacy is to ensure that it comes from the youth themselves, because that means that there'll be that ownership.
Like, is there proof that you got this feedback from this many youths?
We do have proof, because we have, whenever we are having any consultative forum,
it's documented.
It's documented.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have signing sheet. People have to sign their details and all that. So if anyone wants to verify, then we can provide, of course, those documents that we documented, either videos, pictures, sign-up sheets, that we engage a particular group. So this particular initiative, we have tried as much as possible to engage all kind of youth, even youth in service. Today we are having a forum with NYS.
Okay.
These are some of the groups that has not been engaged before. So
Are they not supposed to be non-partisan because they're in the government? When it comes to voting, they don't vote, right? Or they vote, like the police?
No, they don't.
Yeah.
But you see, they have also priorities. They are human. They have basic rights.
Okay.
And it is one thing that it's one reform that we also pushing under our program to ensure that they also be given that chance to vote. Because they are not voting, but those leaders that are being chosen, they'll have an impact in their life. So we are engaging those different particular groups, even young aspirants, different groups, just to ensure that we capture aspirations of all the groups and secure buy-in of first the youth. So if we present this document, the youth says, yes, this is what we did say and propose.
And now the last question, is there some kind of monitoring? How will you know now this, the aspiring politician?
Yeah.
They have to follow the manifesto for the youth to support them, right?
Yes.
So is there some kind of monitoring to check if these aspirants are following the manifesto?
Now, when it comes to follow-up mechanisms, of course, first, because it has to be done in phases. First is to push for its adoption, and of course, by different either parties, different aspirants. Now, once they have adopted the documents, and God willing, we support them, and they have won the elections, and then that means that we are not going to sleep, but we still keep vigil to ensure that the commitments they made on our document is implemented. And that's why, in that particular effect, we are also in the process, parallelly, of developing an advocacy framework document. So this strategy document is supposed to be used by all youth-serving organizations, political party, youth wings, and all that. They shall be using this document to push for implementation of the commitments. They shall be using that to also drive advocacy around the issues that were raised. And also they shall be using that document to hold different stakeholders into account.
And do these manifestos have like a shelf life? Like they work for a period of time and then it's a document that you can use like forever?
It has a shelf life because you see priorities keep on changing based on the electoral cycle. So that means that priorities of youth during 2022 might not be
like
the same. 2027.
So if it's the next election, you are going to write maybe another manifesto.
Again, probably we'll go to the grace route to revise it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So it doesn't mean that it will be a blanket document that shall cut across, but basically it will be a document that will be revised based on the need. Yes.
Not to take the last question. So anybody wants to work with you now, the youth.
Yeah.
How can they find you? Are there qualifications to work with you? Only that.
As Youth Agenda?
As Youth Agenda now.
As Youth Agenda, we are a youth-led organization, and of course, our hiring process is merit-based.
So is it a job or is it membership? Like you can become a member, like a community?
So is it like for Youth Agenda, we are a membership organization, but then it's like a secretariat that facilitates engagements with other organizations.
So you'd rather go to these other organizations that are working with
if you would like to work with us at the secretariat level, the hiring process is merit-based.
No, that's a job now.
Yeah, that's a job.
Okay.
But if you do have an organization and you'd like to be our member, of course, there's that process. You can engage on us. We usually roll out application for membership. So you apply, and then there's a particular, of course, qualification that you have to meet. Like for instance, you have to be a youth-led organization.
Okay.
You need to be registered entity, and also other, of course, qualification. But basically, we work with all youth-serving organization, whether you are our member or not. Yes, we in Nairobi. If you are within Nairobi, you can still reach out to us. We can onboard you to the Nairobi Community of Practice, where we work together to address common challenges within Nairobi. So basically, as an organization, we build the capacities of all organizations, whether they are our members or not. but they can be able to reach us on our social media platforms, Youth Agenda 254. Also have a website, the Youth Agenda, where they can get all the information that they need. Yes.
Thank you for your time very much, and you guys are doing a really good job shaping the leaders that are going to be that are the youth right now.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate, and I hope in future we'll meet.
Yeah, sure.
Tuendelee tu kuwa pamoja.
Yeah.
Karibu sana. Venye tumewambia tuko Golden Tulip, tuko National Convention on Ecosystem, Civic Education and UTU, anda uraiana. Tumekuwa na mzee mzima hapa mzito kutoka Youth Agenda. Mshasikia, mnaweza wako na Youth Agenda, mnaweza wapata mtandaoni. Na tuendelee kusikiza mangoma hapa hivi, tutaendelea na interviews. Msahau ni Power Radio, mali tunasemanga tune in and power up. Wagwan.
From sunrise to sunset, all day.
Don't you wanna let it go? Don't you wanna let it go? Gifted, you've been gifted. Show them what you're all about. Show them who's the man in town. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazelle. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Nitapumua, kabla ya jua kutua. Nitapumua, nitapumua.
Woke up in the morning and I'm feeling blessed. Hata kama hustle nayo ngumu, no, I'm feeling it, I'm feeling you. Najua kuna pressure but we gon' pull through. Jua ikitua mi najua itajipa. You and the crew every day you're getting richer. Kusomea chini ya mti now, see where they teach us and they didn't teach us. Who's the man now? Show them who the man now. You the man now, you know you're the man now. Hands down, we made it. Big smile on my face, mama's proud.
Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazelle. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. 'Cause even if you're underground, nitapumua, nitapumua. Kabla ya jua kutua. Nitapumua, nitapumua. Kabla ya jua kutua. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy 'cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove, but the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, the heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we had, but our voices we asked, why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, the heartless, great minds corrupted by hate. The lies we've been told from the days of the old were to keep us from seeing the state of our being. In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, black and blue, black and blue, black and blue. Black and blue, black and blue, black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue.
Ho, ho, lekali la kipase. Yeah, 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 yeah. Youthman, inabonga na wewe. Yeah, yeah. Youthman, Youthman ninabonga na wewe tiwachonango. Youthman nina.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Our radio.
Welcome back to the National Convention on Ecosystem, Civic Education and UTU. Tuko Golden Tulips vile tumewambia, na hii ni Power Radio, mali tunakuambianga tune in Empower Up. In the house tuko na a very powerful person. Karibu sana madam.
Asante sana.
Mbona unaogopa? Nimeona uko mbele unakimbiza panel vile inafaa. Kindly can you introduce yourself, tell us what you do?
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Elizabeth Duya.
Okay.
I work at Transparency International Kenya.
Okay.
I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. But at Transparency International, I coordinate a program called Citizen Demand and Oversight.
Okay.
That's what I do.
What does the program do?
So the program really looks at critical aspects about citizens, and particularly with our work at Transparency International Kenya, where we are looking at corruption issues in the country.
Yeah.
So the program one is concerned about access to justice for citizens.
Okay.
Number two, the program is also concerned about leadership and integrity, looking at the leaders that we elect and how they are elected, and how also citizens participate in the election process with a specific interest on the integrity aspect. The third one is access to public services, how citizens can access services and how they can engage their leaders effectively to actually access those particular services.
Can we call that like public participation?
Exactly. So public participation is one of the things that, of course, one of the tenets of the program that we implement at TI Kenya, because right now the Constitution has mandated or has made it mandatory for citizens to be engaged or public participation to happen before anything happens.
For decision making and
that concerns the citizens.
Okay.
So that is one of the areas that we are also focusing on. And of course, access to information.
Okay.
So if you are guaranteed, if you are told that you have to participate, but you do not have the information, then your participation will be weak or it will be meaningless.
Okay.
Because what will you be contributing towards?
Yeah.
So these are very connected, that in as much as we are stressing on public participation, also we have to stress on access to information. What are we participating on? How do we effectively contribute to the conversations?
Now how does like the ordinary Kenyan, maybe in informal settlements, how do they access this information?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So access to information now is a right, first of all.
Yes.
It's guaranteed in the Constitution. So when you want to have access to information, even the law has provided various structures for us to access the information. So if you're in the informal settlement, access to information will depend on the information that you want. So if you want maybe information about county engagement, this information are usually available at the counties. So if you go maybe to your ward level, we have ward administrators, we have the MCAs, they have their offices. So access to information depends on the information that you want and the office that has that information. So in the informal settlements, informal settlements are within wards, they are within sub-counties, and they are within counties. So depending on the level of information you want, then the offices are in those particular stages, either at the ward level, at the sub-county level, or even at the national level, where you are situated at the informal center. But maybe the challenge will be how to even access the offices in the informal sector. Sometimes it is difficult, but these offices are public offices. So the first step that will encourage or the people in the informal center is first to present themselves in these offices
physically,
because they are there within those formations. If it fails, or if they fail to get this particular information, then there are avenues on how they can be assisted. For instance, if you fail to get information in an office, the law provides for mechanisms. For instance, there is the Commission on Administrative Justice. CAJ, or Office of the Ombudsman, that has been given the mandate. Their services are free. When you visit these offices, they also have toll-free lines. They have like platforms, digital platforms, where you can you can reach out to them and they can help you. The good thing about this office is that the services are free. So anyone, in fact, the slogan is Hata mnyonge ana haki. So when you are talking about informal settlement, where we associated with wanyonge in the strict sense, then these particular offices are there. So
can I just cut you short a little bit?
Yes.
I'm from Dandora. Yes. I've never seen these offices. Maybe I won't call it ignorance, but maybe I don't know.
Yes.
There is such an office. Have you taken these offices now to the ground?
Okay.
No. Do I have to come to town?
Yes. Yeah. So that's a challenge. Yeah. The offices are not fully devolved, of course, because of funding constraints, but they are there. We don't have these offices in each and every ward in the country.
There are some.
But we have them at the county level. County level, not all the counties, but we have them at county level. For someone in Dandora, then we have the office at the national level, where you can easily visit this office, or they have their information online. So right now we are talking about the digital age, where information is available online. So if you're in Dandora, you can easily reach this office through a phone call or a text message, or just going to the internet and sending maybe a message. So that is how they have bridged the gap between physical visits or access and of course and online or digital plan. So proactive disclosure. Then there's information that you have to request. It is not publicly available, though if you request for it, you can be given. So this one, there's a procedure to request. The Access to Information Act has provided the procedure for requesting those kinds of information. So if you look at the Act, they also have a template. It's a very simple template saying who you are, what information you want, and how what do you want to use it for. So you just fill that particular template and then you present it to the office. So we have different kind of information and how to request for them or how to access that information. And it is very clear in the law on what is required.
We really appreciate your time here with us. I hope we'll be working with TI in the future.
Hopefully.
And enyewe mmesikia amekueleza in a way enyewe ukitaka kuelewa wewe ni hauko sawa. Wangekuwa natuelezanga hivyo. Like you've really simplified it straight to the point. And you're so cool, Ukai advocate. Anyway, thank you for your time. Do you have a parting shot?
Yes, I do have a parting shot. And my parting shot is about patriotism and our identity as Kenyans. Let's love our country. Let's go out there and participate meaningfully in conversations that will bring us development and, of course, now promote patriotism.
And the change we need in this country.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Tunataka kwenda lunch. Mtasikiza mangoma mdogo mdogo tukirudi. Msahau mko kwa Power Radio. Your number one online radio station mali tunasemanga tune in Power Up wagwan.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Amani na do, amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani. Maendeleo yanahusu jamii, jamaa jameni. Na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty. Tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonanga. Youthman, ninabonga. Youthman, ukabila na dini tatutengani. Noma yangu niko dini ya upendo. Nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo. Nikizitokani wanatukembani. Tunapatana mikadeli za kisana. Walitushika wakatupigisha nduru. Tukaungana tukapataga uhuru. Tuungane tushikane tupendane. We must unite as a people. Hey, tuungane, tushikane, tupendane. We must unite as a people. Hey, youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah, youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonamo. Youthman, ninabonga. Tiwachonamo. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah, youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonamo. Youthman, ninabonga. Tiwachonamo. Youthman, ninabonga.
Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy niko easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni my baby oh. First of all you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu my baby boo. Yeah, you are so special to me. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kusonga. If I act you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kung'ang'ana. If I act you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite pete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Your love for me makes me shine. You are for me, my African woman. Forever me and you. Kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watu tambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado twazidi kusonga. If I act you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah, my baby you know mimi nakupenda sana. Listen. Hey, my baby you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite pete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. You love for me, make me shine. You are for me, my Kenyan girl. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy niko easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la
siku njema.
Hey, you're busy. Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis.
Siku njema.
no. Oh yeah. Juzi nilikuwa nimetulia kwangu nyumbani, kwa jirani nikasikia kelele za kuhuzunisha, nikasongea kusudia kuelewa kinachoendelea. Mbona mke analia, wampiga bila huruma? Kumbe ni kawaida, toka kitambo ni mazoea. Hakuna raha nyumbani na watoto wanaumia. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Kila wakati ni matusi, vita imekuwa ni kawaida. Hatuwezi kuongea kubadilishana mawaidha. Mume wangu wabishwi anajiona shujaa, hata ninaogopa sema yako si vitisho. Imekuwa ni kawaida tangu kitambo, nishazoea. Pesa pia natafuta na mapenzi nazidishia. Heshima mimi nampa, ila sikosi kilio.
Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Gonna do that, you available. Me, I really wanna come and rock with you. Mali baby, neza kuwa me and you. Only tell me kana weza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha. 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 Let me be your service provider. I give you the cable, show you my talent, baby, and you be the label. You be the goddess, and I be the temple. Give you the cane like you never knew that I was able. Hourglass body, can I get a minute of your time? Can I really show you how I'm in it? You maximize my nini when you're in a mini. Bad girl, kana denge anakuva nini? Onakuweze wendo na die. Ekana na tuweze, so you know that I'm the guy. Mina mpango za kifiji wakibunga Dubai. Peter Presto, fanya mabazua Zubai. Look at the way she deep so she rocks so. When she wani pale kwa disco, who got the fire with the body kama ne pistol. Ona vilo na maliza mandem. Finito, finito. Tell her do, ngabye gana today you available. Me I really wanna come and rock with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. only.
Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha.
Yeah. Now that you aware, kakaseka na kulike. Nipe kiza box, uingie ndo ni lock. I can tell you're a performer by the way you hold the mic. You been really bad, let me cuff you, no cops. Kiss you on your neck, tell you everything is great. Nikon Jan, you're a full course meal on a plate. African time, I guarantee I come late. Love you heavy, to a chani, walking goja, what a weight, get it? And I can take your view, no advantage. Put you in a yes, you can have it in some fashion. Love the way you classy and you bougie, you're a savage. See how you want it like a gypsy with a talent, asiwe ukianzenya haki yao. Unanipunywa sana utadhani ni happy yao. Kisha shauri moyo sini shauri yao. Minisha shauri yangu so sini show ni how. Kala do ndabye gana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you only.
Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha. Tell me kanaweza sababisha, sababisha, sababisha.
Yeah. CIC. Okay. Ezikop, tell you no. Kijakazi ameniadaa, amenipini mdomo, alama kwa mkono, mchoro za kambanono, kwa mbao amenilaza kama kipande cha nyama. Masani ya lunch usahau, kumbuke niko njaa sijadishiba. Ana fist on me na mapose bila pressure, sabuni ashachanganya akinyosha kwenye boot kama Mercedes Classic. Ni uchungu ikiingia, nikisonga nasongesha tena ndani kabisa, hasira inanijaa, git inamwagika tena nikisonga, kiso nachomoa, macho imekodoa.
Amenigusa vibaya, mimi mtoto kijana, msichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Amemchapa baba, amempiga vibare, nani atanamini nikisema nadanganya?
Niko na guilt na mawazo kwanza za kuogofya, nasikitika sana vile jamii nanitenga. Kila mtu ananisema kosa ilangu tena, kijakazi alinitenda. Niko na trauma inaniumiza, mawazo ya kujinyonga, virusi zinanikula, shetani ameingia, nimechoka juu, hakuna neniamini nikisema jakazi amenilawiti. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingefeta mdomo. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingefeta mdomo.
Amenigusa vibaya, mimi mtoto kijana, msichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Amemchapa baba, amempiga vibare, nani atanamini nikisema nadanganya?
Speak it out, normalize it. Silence hiyo noma, normalize hiyo noma. Kunormalize hiyo noma, kuishinalize ndio noma. Si kukata hiyo ego, no more lies.
Mwajiko aliye napata 10,000 kwa mwezi, 3,000 narushia nguruwe, 2,000 ni ya nyumba, 500 ni ya maji. Kenya Power misi walipangi. Mi msanii nimechoka kulipa deni ya Mosaina, elewa tu nimesota, mshahara ni exposure. 1,000 ya chakula kwa mwezi, 2,000 kulipa madeni, 1,000 kwa karo, 1,000 kwa karao, nguo mpya misinunu wangi heli. Mi msanii nimechoka kulipa deni ya Mosaina, elewa tu nimesota, mshahara ni exposure. Dai wako gai gai dago daida, dai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Dai wako gai gai dago daida, dai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. pombe na sigara na si sababu niliokoka. Bibi nilaye mmoja tu kwa mlango ndo yeye hulala kweli. Nikisema nimesota usiseme nidakoima. Elewa tu nimesota nalipa deni ya mosaina. Fanya hesabu utaona, sijaweka hapo ndani mke wangu. Sijaweka mavazi hata zile nyeti, mke wangu hananga kibeti oi. Nikisema nimesota usiseme nidakoima. Elewa tu nimesota nalipa deni ya mosaina. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Na najua sio mimi tu napitia hali ngumu. Mwanamme wanasema lazima ujikaze, lakini binti yangu alipotaka switi nisipate hata shilingi, nililia, nililia. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya.
Yeah. Check. Again and again. Yeah. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Kuza pengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, then Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Kuza pengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, then Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours,
Louis V, Cartier and Dior. I'm fucking with Lil Missy, I met her in P4. And every night I kick it like Thierry and Bro. They used to tuck me down, but right now they adore me. I'm with Big Billy in the stew with the squad. The captain is Morgan, the flow is enormous. And if they hate, that's me at the door. Yo. And if they hate, that's me at the door. Yo. Mean I get love for the Batty Boy antics. Last time I rap on the radio, they had static. Been way since high school, I had 8 mathematics and chemistry. Ain't got no time for the jealousy. Spend my time in the lab, rapping bars, sipping Hennessy. And ever since I lost love, I'm cold, I can let them breathe. They can let me be. They can let me be.
Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Kuza pengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, then Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Kuza pengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, then Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours,
Big bidder, smoke cigar, big figure, you a dick licker. Flow steady like a big river indica. I was hitting it, but you wanna live with her? Take a trip, get a crib, hit a lick with her. She don't wanna batty, but she want zimzima. We're about to cover bar, mim zimzima. We're about to cover bar, mim zimzima. Zimzima love. Oi, listen to my words clearly. I'm a myth, not a joke, not a Jim Carrey. You ain't got motion, you move barely. Have you met Terry, the tooth fairy? It might take your teeth, take one, hit a lick, then breathe. I'm a different one, I'm a different breed. I don't wanna be low top, rather be free.
Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Kuza pengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, then Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Kuza pengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, then Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours,
Start kama vroom, fast kama zoom, crash kama boom. Venye nimefall, nisha think kuwa groom. Love ika bloom, hati toke tumb. Ex alidhani amewacha meni doom. Ati nimefume, wacha kuassume cause niko so cold, can't survive that degrees. Temperature low, design watu who freeze. Taming the kitty, she down on her knees and she begging me please. Give me the cheese, I'm
in a tight position. Is it affirmative? Need a right decision. Can I touch? Maybe squeeze. Do I need permission? She a work of art in an exhibition. 4-course meal, 5-star hotel. Keep it low key and I promise I will tell. I'm a king to a queen, so I'm treated very well. So fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pengia? Mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pengia? Mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V, and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that it's yours, huh?
Amidst the silence, a powerful anthem emerges to confront the shadows of injustice. Let's shed light to the urgent issue of gender-based violence. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. Why do you have to be so cold? Mbona huwezi jicontrol? What about the trauma that you caused to the children that you bore? You used to be protected, now you're no longer attentive. Fujo ni ya nini? Utu wako uko wapi? She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. So don't be a statistic. You can back up your bags and leave. We have to be realistic. Something has to change so drastic. Yeah, nainauma usiku na mchana, hiyo mambo hapana. Something's gotta give, yeah. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. out loud. We're breaking free, yeah, we're breaking free.
Bounce on the beat. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Jackie boy, yeah. Ooh, shady go, my shady go, shady go, yeah. Shady go, my shady go, shady go. I used to believe nikiwa na wewe nimefika. Oh na na na, baby, baby, girl I put you my head in my soul. Girl in my time na kupea dido ila hukuridhika. Nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. For the last time, I wanna see you for the last time. Hey, for the last time, I wanna see you for the way you whine your body, baby go. 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 Baby, I'm abusing my darkest days. My baby, I'm a choosing. Baby, I'm abusing my darkest days. My baby, I'm a choosing. Nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause.
New music.
Baddest, clingy at the baddest, realest, Draco at the realest, sickest, Telo at the sickest, illest, Jua we at the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily na pick practice, gadget, team, sharp, character, status, sichochi mimi si actress, this time, natambia kanduthi vum vum, na sita kucha kucheza medroom, na wapa vibes inanukia 50 perfume, so we can nice akia vum vum, sing vum vum, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka kisha vum vum, you're not bad, you just fake it, me no care if a man want hate me, me no give a fuck if you don't rate me, real talk sesi chocha misingela tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche, usijifanye mkaza uwezi nitoka, usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje, usijione mjanja kuna wabaya, nikakona ukiniona ushagwaya, nisidona usiniombe mbao, naleta disorder, wananiona hadi kwao, napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mabedi, napendwa na mabegi, warembo na pia bongi, sekopi man nilikuwa mkomi, nilikuwa peri ngari daya, sema ombi na live na chachado, nilikuwa thegi, niko penniless hata kama niko hood. Until the party ass, I wish a nigga cool. So hilarious na kuvunja na food. Tuko shook, scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush. Sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale. First of all, uko nyuma kama day. Legend kwa streets, bigger surveys. Fake niggas on a type beef, on a type to speak. Yeah, baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Beko are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily na pick up practice. Gadget, kini sharp kaka status. Sichochi mimi si actress. This time, natambia kanduthi vum vum. Na sitakuja kucheza medroom. Na wapa vibes inanukia 50 perfume. So we can nice akia vum vum. Sing vum vum. Acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom. Weka kisha vum vum. Kwa madem na wa replace kasinka chizi. Maskini mnono ebuka mna tiba. I'm so sick na sioni nkipona. Leta weed at nanya tukiwa pima. Vile naroga wanadai ni dumba. Daily shuffling na sakanya hibunda. Ni saa ngapi na nini saa mbaya. Kafiti ama utafanywa mbaya.
Fight damu na kuleta visimpo. Msupa wako ngoma yangu anachezesha ringtone. Cheki kako rada ama memeza piriton. Wanajua mi madawa mi napenda kakizo phone. Zileta DJ MC itabidi mumeimba. Mibo mna play inaka mna tupima. Mini bad boy siskizi Justin Bieber. Mkono shingo siva na kupikia matimba.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Beko are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily na pick up practice. Gadget, kini sharp kaka status. Sichochi mimi si actress. This time, natembea kanduthi vum vum. Na sitakuja kucheza medroom. Na wapa vibes inanukia 50 perfume. So we can nice akia vum vum. Sing vum vum. Acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom. Weka gija vum vum.
Muziki ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu.
Unajua ni wewe ulitudanganya tutakuwa na. Unajua ni wewe ulitudanganya tutakuwa na.
Change, page, gauge, wait, left, wait, that's wait, check, pay, new page. Wait, sijajua, bado sinajua, sijajua, bado sijapumua, sijajua, mpango ni kuniua, sijajua, jasho ni kujijua, sijajua. Nasikia wakiuliza mhesha takata lini. Guess panda ngazi hurudi chini. Niamini I miss those days za kijijini. Bro ninjas kabla hajapatana na sibisani mimi. Na bado sina nauliza vipi. Na call na reply sina. You can see me natulia ndika pina kama sana hailipi. I love me free man na call na mbona mshiki. Mada kwa pepa ni laughter. Mada for pepa ni kashfa. Mata kwa koti ni gangster. Mata kwa hosi ni hat run. Stop.
With the lying, with the crying, with the
sorry sana my friend. Unaelewa ile uchungu uko nayo. Sawa. Sasa wewe ya tu kidogo alafu roho yako itafunguka. Nasema badala ya stadium si afadhali ufanye mambo ya state pesa upate kwaje? Ama namna gani my friend? Pesa ndo nini? Kana hiyo kitu bana. Ndio ile hapa. Ile promise center hello. 1 million job promise kwa wapi? 1 million job promise kwa wapi? Wewe wacha kwanza. Ulisikia wapi mambo ya hii 1 million jobs per year?
Don't you wanna let it go? Don't you wanna let it go? Gifted, you've been gifted. Show them what you're all about. Show them who's the man in town. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes ongezea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes ongezea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Nitapumua, kabla ya jua kutua. Nitapumua, nitapumua.
Woke up in the morning and I'm feeling hata kama haso nayo ngumu, no, I'm feeling it, I'm feeling you. Najua kuna pressure but we gon' pull through. Najua ikitua mi najua itajipa. You and the crew every day you're getting richer. Kusomea chini ya mti now, see where they teach us and they didn't teach us. Who's the man now? Show them who the man now. You're the man now, you know you're the man now. Hands down, we made it. Big smile on my face, mama's proud.
Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes ongezea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes ongezea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my finyongo stairs. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Cause even if you're underground, nitapumua, kabla ya jua kutua. Nitapumua, nitapumua, kabla ya jua kutua. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing. While I'm barely breathing, I'm barely breathing. You bring me healing, you bring me healing.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy cause I fell in love. How amazing rising, I was like a dove, but the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we had, but our voices we asked, why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, great minds corrupted by hate. The lies we've been told from the days of the old were to keep us from seeing the state of our being. In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. 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 In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue.
Ho, ho, lekali la kipase. Yeah, 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 yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Yeah, yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonana. Youthman, tiwachonana. Youthman, ninabonga. Kwa watoto, vijana na wazee, tuungane na upendo uendelee. hey, tuwakilishe zetu rika na tupate maarifa cause hey, kuna magic in lover, magic in unity, magic ni mimi na wewe tukiwa bila chuki. Check amani na do, amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani. Maendeleo yanahusu jamii, jamaa jameni, na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty, tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing. Youthman ninabonga na wewe, Youthman ninabonga na wewe, tiwachonango. Youthman ninabonga Youthman ninabonga. Ukabila na dini tatutengani, noma yangu niko dini ya upendo, nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo, nikizitokani wanatukembani, tunapatana mikabeli za kisana, walitushika wakatupigisha nduru, tukaungana tukapataga uhuru. Tuungane tushikane tupendane, we must unite as a people. Tuungane tushikane tupendane, we must unite as a people. Youthman.
Yeah, you are a winner. You're a champion. Don't you worry, my brother. Don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa poa in the end. 'Cause nothing comes easy, and nothing is easy. Kuwa macho, uone uko blessed. Acha kulia and just give thanks. Free your mind, kuwa huru usitest. That's my on your face. As above, so below. The universe is me, and I know the Most High. He resides in me, so we're kuwa stress free. Come on, dance with me, and I could guarantee if only you believe. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja. Whatever the troubles for that day, I just choose to levitate. High and high, me now vibrate. Can't nobody, baby, I am the moon, I am the sun. Bask in the glory, 'cause that's who you are. They call me free.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ CJ Kenya and welcome back again to this special edition of Power Events. Na tuko na mzito mzima hapa maze. Hebu tujiintroduce waje ndio nani?
Mimi naitwa Kamande John.
Yes sir.
I work at Uraia Trust.
Yes.
As a civic education officer.
Yes.
And I think I'm sure even in the previous conversations you've been able to introduce Uraia.
Yes.
And we are very excited about the partnership we have with Power 254 and Power Radio particularly.
Yes, and we appreciate it, man. For the past 2 days we have been here and trust me, I have been an activist for a very long time. But it looks like there's no one day we will ever have gatherings and we are not learning. We have had many discussions and with many stakeholders, and we were just having a discussion with you before this, and I think we both have the same worries about 2027 because earlier you had in the by-elections we are experiencing the violence. IBC is kind of falling short of our expectations on how they are responding to it. Going into 2027, what as more as a civic educator, kitu watu hawajui ni moja. Manze tumelaunch handbook ya kufanya civic education. Going into 2027, unaona hii kitabu ikifit inakuja at the backdrop of what are we dealing with?
Yeah.
Yes. From where you sit.
Yeah, I think perhaps just to paint a picture.
Yeah.
Uraia, and it has been explained.
Yes.
Uraia became a trust in 2010. That's the same time where we got the constitution of Kenya. That's why you see Uraia is very associated with the constitution.
I think
We are like twins.
Uraia is becoming another vein of Kenya.
Yes.
The Kenyan constitution especially.
Correct.
Yes.
It's tied to the hip. And
Yeah.
I think perhaps, and I explained this yesterday, the history
Yeah.
ya Uraia wakati ilianza in the 2000s
Yes, yes.
is to have a new constitution. A dream that took 10 years.
Yeah.
Until 2010, and that's when we transitioned.
Mm.
And one of the things I think the people who were at Uraia at that time
Yeah.
was to see how well they could communicate the constitution in a simplified term.
Yes.
And that's when we developed the first curriculum. So this is not a new thing. We have been having.
I remember there was a smaller one.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Actually, how I interacted with it is that I found an artist who had done augmented reality of it.
Oh, okay.
So it's very interesting that you guys were that forward thinking even back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I'm glad that you've seen it and we still have it. And let me tell you, there's nothing that has changed a lot
Yeah.
in this new curriculum that we recently launched.
Yes, yes.
It's just an improved version and perhaps an injection of new ideas and approaches of how to deliver civic education.
The promise of the constitution.
Promise. Correct.
Okay.
So, after doing the civic education since I think, and it was a very consultative process that began way back in 2013 until 2016 is when we did the curriculum, and we've been using it.
Yes.
Uraia has an infrastructure of over 400 civic educators on the ground.
Wow.
Who are using that curriculum to transform. So
Yeah.
we're just updating it. Perhaps new components in terms of our work have been introduced. And of course, the curriculum was very specific, including the first one.
Yes, yes.
On the election cycle or the electoral processes.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, very important component of
Yeah.
participation in democracy.
Yes.
Now, that aside,
Yeah.
2010, when we got the new constitution, a new electoral system and a very elaborate one was
Yes,
introduced.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Perhaps I'm not sure about your age, DJ CJ.
Yeah.
But initially, kulikuwa na councillor.
Bana. So, I'm old. I'm old, man. Yeah. So, my first voting was in 2007.
Nice.
That is when I voted first. But I feel like I've been involved in Kenyan politics since 1997. Since when I was in primary, because I was that curious, and I remember the elections of 97. I remember the elections of 2002. The most optimistic. Man, I was crisscrossing villages, going to count votes to a different station. Then from there, I think it's been a downhill again. Yeah.
Myself, I voted for the first time in 2013. But I also participated in elections because I remember like the 205 referendum. My dad and I were counting votes manually.
Yeah.
I remember yes and no. Tulifika mahali tukachanganyikiwa. We didn't, but we waited for the final tally.
Yes,
and,
yes.
I mean, you remember all the history where the 57 against the 43.
Yeah.
Now, what I was saying is, now since 2010 to date, we have had 2 elections. Is it 2? Oh, no, with the
3.
3 elections.
Yes.
2013, 2017, and 2020.
Yes.
So the 2027 election is coming when already there's a bit of experience of this new electoral system that was introduced by the 2010 constitution. Simply said, the constitution and even the election system under the new constitutional dispensation is now 15 years old.
Yeah. So by the time we are going, itakuwa imebakisha mwaka moja ichukue ID.
Now you get it.
Now, with that at the back of our minds, a book now paint for us the perfect picture of how is the landscape looking like. Where do you feel like educators like us need to really double down?
Yeah.
Because we have a country to maintain.
Yeah,
man.
correct.
Yeah.
And I think we take pride as being one of the few countries that has a very, very elaborate electoral system. You see what happened in Tanzania. Imagine you have no opportunity to petition. The results that came out, nowhere else can you go and say, I'm challenging this.
I was looking at that, and the law is from 1978.
Amazing.
And I was looking at that, and I was like, even in my own house, there's a way of my daughter challenging me.
Correct.
How are you calling this a democracy? And you're making sure that everyone who will have challenged you is in prison, and the others don't have a say in it.
Yeah.
It's
It's
and
worrying. And
my biggest worry is it is possible for even the current constitution, however robust it is possible for someone to bastardize it back to those days. Do you feel like we run such a risk?
Yeah, there's a risk because, and I think, well, the constitution is very firm because number one, I think it is called or labeled one of the most progressive in the world.
Oh yes, oh yes.
And one of the things is, number one, it gives a lot of power to the people.
Oh,
so
yeah.
unless the people give that power,
Yes.
and I see during the BBI you saw the attempt, but what came out very strongly is that the constitution is very clear. Our constitution has the powers to defend itself.
Exactly.
Because it's so clear.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, and I think now, when you think about the 3 elections that have been held since the new constitution was promulgated,
Yes.
this 2027 election is different because, perhaps even the session that we're having today on day 2 of the convention is to say it's going to be a consolidated election because key activities or salient electoral activities that's supposed to be done in an electoral cycle will have been or must have been done by 2027. And I can mention this very briefly, 5 of them.
Yes.
Number 1 is the reconstitution of the commission. You know, commissioners were on a term here 6 years.
Yes.
So, and you see the
after the Chebukati team went
left,
out,
now
we got others this year.
Yes.
So
it's entirely new commission.
So by 2027 they will be on their 3rd year.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's funny, they will plan for the 2027 election and the 2032, but they won't oversee the 2032 elections. But they will plan it.
Oh,
because their 6-year term will have ended.
Yes. Unless now they get an extension.
No. The constitution is very clear. 6 years max.
Wow.
Very interesting. They will plan this entire election.
But then they will retire before the elections of
32.
32.
Yes.
Wow.
So it's an interesting time.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
And I think that was the the real spirit of the constitution when it was emphasizing on institutions, so that it doesn't matter who sits there.
Exactly.
The institution should work
themselves, and and it's very explicit.
Yeah.
You can go and look at it very clearly. So the first thing, the first characteristics of a consolidated election is the reconstitution of the commission, and that has happened.
Yes.
The second thing is the boundary delimitation process. Well, the boundary delimitation process has not happened yet.
Yes.
The last one happened in March 2012. The law says, sorry.
By saying boundary delimitation, what exactly in layman's language do we mean?
Correct. So boundary delimitation, kwa Kiswahili ni mipaka, and you see, for example, the constitution says the maximum number of constituencies that we're going to have in Kenya is 290. Maximum. Iko kwa katiba, defined.
Yes.
But look here, population census, the last one that was done in 2019, we were around, was it 47 million?
We were put at around going to 48, but at a progressive rate that by now we were being predicted to be at around 55 to 57.
Now, as we speak.
By
Actually,
around now.
I have a figure.
Yeah.
We recently had an engagement with KNBS.
Right.
In mid-June this year, because that was the last review,
yes,
the population of Kenya is estimated to be 53,330,000.
All right.
That is estimated.
Yes.
Of course, there need to be a scientific process to verify.
Yes.
But as per the last election, the last census in 2019,
right,
Kenya's population was around 47 million. Now, this is how I can easily explain boundary delimitation.
Yes.
Katiba imesema mtakuwa na constituencies 290.
Yeah.
And the population, there's something called population quota.
Yes.
For you to assess how you'll come up with this number of constituencies, 290.
Yeah.
Munachukua the total population, 47 million, divided by 290. Umeshika mpaka hapo?
Okay, so there's a limit you cannot surpass.
Yes.
For the population of a constituency.
Yes, correct. That is it.
All right.
So,
yes,
these constituencies that we have today,
yes,
they were decided or they were agreed on in 2012. Tuko pamoja? 2012, I'm not sure. Were we 33 million? I'm not sure.
We were in the range of 40.
Yeah, around 40.
Like
there.
40 was the ceiling.
Correct.
We were in around 45 thereabouts.
Yes. But in 2019, we were 47.
Yes.
So ideally, how we arrive at this number of, I don't know which constituency you came from, but it was.
I'm from Boni constituency,
Makueni.
Yeah.
Great. I'm from Rongai in Nakuru.
Aha.
Sasa.
Yeah.
Total population divided by 290 constituencies, which is a constant according to Article 89 of the Constitution.
All right.
Now, I'm not sure about the total number that comes from that division is called population quota.
All right.
So each constituency is supposed to have that estimated number of people.
Okay.
But in 2012, when they did that calculation, kuna constituencies zilikuwa bado hazimit your standard. For example, now if you use the 2019 statistics, and I hope I'm not losing anyone who is listening.
It's okay.
2019 kulikuwa na 47 million.
Yes.
When you divide 47 million by 290 constituencies, it brings a figure of around 164,000.
All right.
So each constituency should be having a population of 164,000. Yes.
That is, I know some off my head.
Correct. I'm
who
coming
cannot
there.
even get there.
I'm coming there.
Yeah.
Now, in 2012, that similar exercise was done.
Yeah.
But kuna constituencies around 27 of them.
Hazikufikia
threshold. Okay, the law also says places kama Nairobi, populated areas like cities, wako na liwe ya kwenda 40% more, 40% low. It's under Article 89, and I think I will come one day we discuss the boundary delimitation process.
That one needs a whole show.
That one needs a
3-hour show.
Correct. So,
yeah.
In 2012, when they did that arithmetic, 27 constituencies ilikuwa nyuma sana.
Okay.
Others actually probably even had 30,000.
Yes.
The likes of Lamu.
Yeah.
Lamu East.
Yes.
And give meet your population 164.
Yes,
so they were protected. Umeshika. But now, because the boundary delimitation process inafaa kufanyika between 8 and 12 years. That is what the law says. So in 2012, 8 years was ending at 2020.
Yes.
And 12 years, the maximum limit was ending in 2024.
Yes.
So ideally, we were supposed to have done boundary delimitation.
So we have already overshot our deadline.
Yes, and it's unconstitutional.
Wow.
But there's a reason why that had happened. You know very well, the commission since the last election, imeka open bila commissioners for a period of around 3 years.
Yes. Which was deliberate, I think.
Yeah, I think you can say that. So
that has not been done.
Yeah, that has not been done.
So hii ya kwanza hiyo iko sawa.
Yeah, correct. Constituting of the commission.
Yes, commission iko sawa.
Boundary delimitation.
Delimitation
bado
hapo tumeanguka.
Ni kweli.
Now number 3.
You asked me, but before we go to number 3, you asked me. So the reason why we do boundary delimitation is check when Wamboni.
Yeah.
2012 mko 2012 mko, let's use an example 164.
Yes.
But you see 2020 probably were less because the population quota then was lower.
Yes.
After 10 years watu wa Mboni wanaendelea kuwa
wameongezeka.
Kuna Mboni inaendelea kudevelop, kuna watu wana move in.
Right.
So for us to say there's equal representation, we always need to review the boundaries. Ndio kukuwe na the right of representation equally. So that mkipewa CDF anywhere in the country. Yeah?
Iko proportionately allocated.
Correct. Umenipata sasa.
Manze hiyo kitu ndio imenimekia sense in black and white leo.
Correct.
Now I understand you. So the point number 3 was?
Point number 3
yes,
is about voter registration.
Hapo ndio sasa hiyo tulifungua juzi.
The law says IBC has a mandate. It's a core mandate of the commission to continuously register voters.
Yes.
But now ukifika election wanafungaga so that they can prepare for the election.
Yes.
So wakati walifunga before 2022 Chebukati, that is, God rest his soul, wakati walifunga hiyo process in 2022.
Yes.
Walisema we are closing the registration of people so that we can now prepare for this imminent election. Na kabla wakati alitoka hakukuwa because aliretire
kabla lift hiyo nini.
Yeah, kabla lift hiyo nini. So that's why you see hakuna vile registration of voters ingeendelea without the commissioners, because commissioners lazima wangekuwa. And I want to put this very clear, and I think nimesikia a lot of complaints about the slow pace and what have you. Yeah. IBC ilisema hivi, and we need to give them their respect when the continuous voter registration process is not going to stop. Hiyo inamaanisha kuanzia ile time ilianzishwa 29 September until ile time commission itasema we want to do the elections, continuous voter registration itaendelea.
I was in Ushago last week.
Yeah.
And we had a discussion with my friends about that. The bigger misconception that was there was that they were asking, anytime there's voter registration, hata IBC tunaona hata ma-advert kwa nini kwa TV. Kawambia sasa, you guys are talking of mass voter registration. Hii ilifunguliwa ni continuous. Mass wanakujanga mpaka huku nyumbani, wanatembeanga nazo huku nyumbani.
They call it enhanced. Enhanced.
That is why they are even given extra budget to do the campaigns.
Yes. So unajua sheria inasema IBC hakuna siku inafaa kusimamisha
precisely registration.
Yeah. So I'm sure, and we were thinking IBC kwa nini kuanza na hiyo, because imekuwa na 3 year delay. But I think what was imminent was the by-election. So all the focus and energy kwanza tumalize by-election. But at least we are opening the window for those who can still register, especially in areas there is no by-election.
Yes.
Waendelee tu. But IBC ilisema itafanya in 3 phases.
So in the areas where there are by-elections, hakuna registration.
No.
Okay. That is good clarity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The 24
years. So hiyo sasa iko ongoing.
Yeah,
Ukiangalia hapo so far ni moja tumeanguka. Number 4.
Number 4 is a raft of legal reforms. Legal reforms inamaanisha well 2022 sijui unakaa unakumbuka, for the first time kulikuwa na sheria ilipitishwa yenye inasema political party coalitions. Unajua zamani ikuoga kulikuwa tuna political parties. But last election there's a law that was signed that actually the office of the registrar of political parties can register political coalition parties.
Yes.
That's part of the laws that are happening. There are so many other laws that are actually in parliament related to elections that still need to be effected. So this process of accepting a raft of legal reform to improve the election system is also a very significant component of elections. And that has happened actually to some extent, and it's still going on.
I think it has not been exhaustive.
It has not been, of course.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, and I think this morning's session led by Bon Makolwal, aliguzia the number of bills that are in parliament pending.
Nilisikia ni kadhaa.
Ni various. Ni vile sometimes hizi mambo za bills na nini, citizens get lost.
Unajua ni kusoma mingi na tupendi kusoma.
Ni ukweli. Watu wanasema if you want to hide information from a Kenya,
kama kitabu,
put it in a book. So hiyo ni number 4.
So hiyo tuseme number 4 ni ongoing.
Hiyo ni ongoing.
Number 3 ni ongoing.
Correct.
Number 1 tulikuwa sawa. Number 2 tumeanguka.
Kuna shida. Correct.
Number 5 sasa.
Campaign and now voting. The election things.
Okay.
Yeah. So these 5 promises, these 5 critical components of an election system are all happening before the 2027 election. Wow. That is why it's called a consolidated election. Yeah. Because I can tell you in 2017, all the 4 happened apart from boundary delimitation, because hatukuwa tumefika hiyo time.
Oh yes, 10 yake haiko imefika.
Correct.
Now, where are you most concerned?
Well, kwa hizo tano, I think boundary delimitation, and I'll tell you why. In case we don't do delimitation, ile siku IBC itatangaza this is the winner of the presidency, people will do this very simple thing. Unajua mawakili wanakuwa wa sharp.
Twende kotini
waseme hiyo result
ni
unconstitutional. Why? Kwa sababu for this number of years according to the constitution you did not do this, and the court will have to pronounce itself saying that that is not the correct term.
Does the 2/3 gender rule also fall into such a risk?
That is another thing, and I think we saw during, I think is it Maraga's tenure when he declared the parliament unconstitutional.
He advised the president to dissolve since it according to the constitution it was not constitutionally constituted.
Correct.
I think we struggle with many things as a country. And now looking at those 5 things, they address everything, nationality and everything, but at the social fabric of it, I still feel like tribalism is still our headache.
Of course.
As civil educators, going to 27, unataka tu tufocus wapi ndio tusikulo na ako kitu because kametuumiza for too long.
Kweli. I mean, I think number one, media, you guys also are very, very critical civic educators.
True.
And I'm sure that question you asked me, it's something that perhaps I might not have the exhaustive answer. But thing is, we have seen, and I think last year is a testament.
True.
There's a certain reawakening in Kenya that we need to harness. I don't want to call it the Gen Z movement. Yeah?
It is to cheapen it if we say if we say that.
But seriously, and I think even the last election, something played out that is very unique. You see, most elections imekuwa tribal. Last election, and unfortunately, that very, very critical point was perhaps misconstrued. People stopped talking about tribes, wakaanza kuongea kuhusu classism. Ukumbuka dynasty versus hustler, which actually gave this regime a lot of points.
Oh yes.
Kenyans forgot about their tribes.
Oh yes.
And they started discussing something else.
Yeah.
I'm not saying classism is the perfect way to measure, but we are seeing a trajectory where things are shifting.
Yes.
Things are shifting.
Yes. Actually, that's the hope that we do.
Yeah.
So I'm really still optimistic, and now coming back to Raia.
Yeah.
This handbook.
Yes.
Ndio sasa ifike mashinani vizuri.
Correct. Tutafanya.
Tukimaliza sasa. Hii kitu nataka mimi nisikie hii handbook ikiongelewa na Kikamba.
Ni kweli.
Nataka niende kwa Ingo nipate Mluya anaijua na Kikwao si na Kizungu unajua.
Yeah.
And because I feel there's this thing about the average education of a Kenyan 8 years.
Yeah.
All of us, kuna wenye tumesoma sana, kuna wenye tumesoma kidogo, lakini the average education level ya Mkenya ni 8 years. So that tells you the decision maker in the next elections is still rural based.
Correct.
You guys have a network already.
Yeah.
Mnakasukumaje ndio kafike mpaka pale kwa village.
Yeah. And thank you CJ. And I think I mentioned the curriculum is not any different. It's just a retooled. I mean, because the things that were in the constitution under chapter 7 chapter 7 of the constitution that talks about representation and elections are the same. Nothing much has changed. So perhaps the thing, and I think this is a discussion we had yesterday at length, is about innovating around how we do our civic education. Innovations.
It's about the access, not the content.
Not the content. Content is perhaps nothing much is changing. Yeah?
The approach
ndio ina change. Alafu approach ina determine who now we are targeting.
Yes.
Because for instance, the IBC may estimate we have 6.3 million unregistered new voters. So next election, last election got 22 million.
Yeah.
Next election on expect got 28 million.
28 million thereabout.
Yeah. So what we as civic educators are thinking about, and I'm sure this is something even you guys, and I can tell that because if it were not for that very, very critical thinking,
yes,
you would not have closed shop huko ofisi yenu mkuje ground.
No.
Mumekuja ground because you need to do radio differently.
Yes.
The same
it
way
is important that you meet people at their
exactly
level.
That is the same approach about our civic education.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the new voters. Of course, most of them are Gen Zs.
Right.
There are other people, actually millennials, who, you know, in 2022, the target was 6 million.
Yes.
Do you know how many people registered?
No.
2.5 at the first.
That's a third.
Yes. 2.5 at the third. And I think during the enhanced, we did this small. I think we don't even meet 50% of our target. So there are people of my generation, I'm a millennial, who
never bothered.
Walirusha mkono. Pia wao, they're being targeted.
Yeah.
So the thing is how we can be able to, of course, reach out to these masses in a way that resonates with them. And Uraia is investing in so many ways. Number one, we are working with partners who are doing non-contemporary civic education approaches.
Yeah.
I'm sure you probably sat in yesterday and heard about people who do civic education through watu wa kinyozi.
I heard that.
Ukienda kupigwa shave, badala muongee nini wanakwambia by the way
Yeah.
hivi ndo iko.
There's a friend of ours called Edgar the Liberator, and they call it jabaration. They do reggae and jabba, and they talk about the constitution.
I mean, that is it. That is exactly it.
Yeah.
And perhaps that's a very interesting way because I don't know, during Jabba sessions people have a lot of conversations. No matter you talk about story ya Jabba.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of and the thinking that happens around those spaces. So I mean, one approach is that.
Yes.
The other approach is, of course, we need to continue our infrastructure of civic educators. Of course, we need to always kill them. Capacity building. I mean, the way I used to do civic, myself I've been a civic educator.
For how long now?
I started civic education immediately after Form 4 in 2012 in Nakuru County.
All right.
So what used to happen, there are groups of women who meet for chama meetings. Nawambia mkimaliza chama meeting, nipe dakika 10 tu.
Yeah.
Niwaambie one or two things.
Yeah.
And day 1, well, wataisikia day 2, day 3,
they start creating interest.
Yeah. So instead of you asking, they'll be the one calling you. Yeah. So, and you see, for a person like me who's a civic educator, every now and then I need to reflect about how I deliver this message, how I'm able to understand what they need to know. Because civic education is like a classroom when you fungua page text. No, I come to you, CJ, and ask you, CJ, uko mbaoni kuko aje?
Yeah.
I understand your issues. I go back, perhaps now prepare with the information I have.
Yes.
To try and fit your needs so that we can resonate.
Yeah, because civic education again is not, as you said, is not that structured.
Yes.
The information will never change.
Yes.
The delivery of that information
is
varies
from
important. Who are you dealing with?
Correct. And at what time?
It's been.
And sorry to cut you. The other approach, and I know power because I've participated.
Yeah.
We are living in the age of AI.
Oh yeah.
You guys are doing something
augmented reality. Yes.
That's a very, very innovative way. Because I mean, you see, the age is fast changing.
Yes.
And I think we need to harness on those spaces because AI is here to stay. By the way, I hear people who say, "Don't use AI, man. You'll be left behind."
Bro, it's like telling me today not to board an Uber. You want me to go and negotiate with a taxi guy?
That's the most innovative way I've heard you put it.
Yeah, I told my nieces that we used to negotiate physically with someone,
Taxi.
and it's like, so how did you even use to get him? And then you realize,
but they're still there. Those taxi people are still there.
What's okay? Yeah, but it speaks to so many changes, and there's one of the facilitators who said something that stuck with me. We need to do civic education with the same vigor watu wanafanya campaign nayo.
Correct.
And I think that is my key takeaway from these 2 days. But thank you guys for hosting us. Yani, you guys have been so. Unajua hata mwenye amezoeanga civic education unakuja unachomochoma na wase wengine kwa zile za hapana, hebu turudie ile kitu. Yeah, so thank you so much for what you're doing. I know I don't know whether you have a program for engaging more educators and stakeholders.
Yeah,
because for us, man, you know we are game.
Yeah, sure. And I think even the program that we're doing with Power under Retai is one of them. Although I'm sure it's more biased towards human rights defenders and human rights activists. But again, the other issue, it's unfortunate. Part of most of our support is reliant on donor funding.
Yeah.
You see geopolitically what is happening. Trump woke up this year.
Yeah. Decided, you guys can go home.
Yeah. And you see, for example, USAID used to fund a lot of, for example, the health budget. Kenya unajua hawajainunua ARVs. Imagine people who are reliant on ARVs which were provided perhaps with support from the US government. You can imagine that ripple effect. And I think it needs us to reflect. So we are living at the time when the geopolitical standards and issues are fast changing. Meaning, most countries, including the West, have cut funding for organizations like Uraia. And we are still innovating around that. We have we normally try to fill or to fill the gaps because ideally over time when civic educator wetu umekuwa hapo ground, something comes up, you get a new job. Some people get of age was like we have civic educators who started way back in 2007.
Whoa.
2007 I was in class 8.
Bana we.
I'm the one now probably working with them.
Yeah, you
Wananipigia kuniuliza hizo maswali me I don't remember.
You know? Yeah.
So it's a balance of adapting according to need.
Yeah.
But Ure is keen and it's big on working with innovations like even this radio, online radio spaces like this.
Yes.
I mean, the discussion about TikTok. You know me, I was discussing with someone here over lunch. TikTok is a movement.
You cannot stop it.
You cannot stop it. My aunt, and she's almost the age of my dad. My dad passed on, but in her 60s.
Yeah.
She's a big wig on TikTok. Maybe TikTok ilinishinda personally.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay, I'm on it. I'm big on TikTok, but in the last 2 months I've been struggling because I got interested more on Facebook. So these platforms they're kind of seasonal.
Yeah.
And I know, like, going into January now, I'm deliberate on TikTok because I want to restructure my civic education now to go through TikTok.
Nice.
These spaces will keep on getting innovative, and my only prayer is that the old guard never catches up with us, because I think they're the ones who have kept us in the problems
it's
we
true,
have.
Yeah. But there's a discussion I think we need to always agree, and I think we need to be very careful, especially ourselves as educators, not to get trapped into ageism.
There is
ageism, because
there's a danger, and I feel as the last elections went to classism, we like it or not, this election will be about ageism.
Correct. And unfortunately, not only Gen Zs or new voters need civic education, even the old folks.
Oh yes,
they do.
So it will have two sides: manism, ageism.
Correct.
Now you will not be able to lie to anyone. Oh, me, I'm not a dynasty. We have had that before.
Yeah. I mean, I think thanks for having me, and I think we're willing. I still have a date to. I think I was invited to Power Radio.
Please,
but never got an opportunity to
please
come.
Find time. Come when, like, we give you like 2 or 3 hours. Let's talk about this country, because, bro, how are you gonna leave this country to people to plan for it, and they are not going to be here? We are going to be here.
We are going to be. Our children are going to be here. Your daughter.
Exactly. Yeah, so there's no running away from it.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Na
sisi tunapiga kazi yetu kama kawaida.
Hapo sawa.
Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Yes,
thanks for having me.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, ndio hapo sasa unasikia nini? Ndio ile saa ya kufunga. Fundi wa mitambo ananiambia, je, tunakafungia hapo? Very good. Yes, so we always save the last for the best for the last. Ndio hiyo. Yes, so we are going to be doing a lot of civic education. You know very well the music we play for you. You know very well the discussions we keep holding for you. We are not just going to focus on one side of, not just leadership, not just art. We have to handle Kenya holistically juu. Ukiangalia hii mkono, bro, kila kidole haitoshani, lakini each one of them is important. So until the next one, adios.
Adios.
From sunrise to sunset.
Everything is fucked up and down. Since then, corruption was done. Beating up everyone just for fun. Wako komato, tutafanya nini? Schools opened up, ways corona. Ghost daughters like mtai kakwe. Masina offenses, na tunapaka rangi. Mama mboga na nasaka tuka ganji. Na makenja wanataka tuka ganji. Mwisho mwezi, wanakwenda vitambi. Ayena, na nataka tena.
Ayena this, ayena that. Karabitsule 8. Bullet through bond keys. What you say? Them a whole of vampire. Them government. Vampire you are.
sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.